Welcome everyone to the Conquer League's winter season. And today, I'm Steph. Welcome. Yes, today I'm Steph. And right now, we're going to see a bunch of teams that are going to be playing today. The Queen's Revenge versus the guys over at Emotional Damage. As the amazing and recognizable meme of Stephen He, these guys are regulars in the Titan esports scene, and we're going to talk about a little bit of their teams, their compositions, and stuff that we can expect for next of the year. The worst part is that we put ourselves in quite a pickle because right now most of our players we don't have a lot of information because everyone is still climbing because of the start of the 2023 season that had that super emotional and super well produced video developed by Riot Games. Yeah, everyone is cringing right now just remembering that. But we're going to start talking about the guys over at Emotional Damage. We have Pally, Masho, Dogman, Taylor Swift, and Sorenets. Our amazing producer looking told our casters that they need to do a lot of cheesy jokes about Taylor Swift during most of the production if they win or they lose. So right now I'm going to abstain myself of doing something like that. Look what you made me do. So going going again, the most recent champions that have been used by Pali on the stream has been characters like Warwick that has definitely broken the meta in the recent weeks. Becoming one of the sleeper OP characters that a lot of people have been bitching about on Twitter. Next on the list, we have Masho that has a very diverse pool of characters. So in the recently played scene, he has characters like Udyr, Zac, and Belbeth. Udyr is a super consistent jungler and, for a lot of people, a top laner that has a lot of versatility during most of the matches. And they need to be really careful on everything that is going to happen in the matches. Udyr is one of those characters that has a lot of presence that can do a lot of work during matchups and has a lot of very favorable ones. Even though he might be countered by another jungler, he can still do a lot of work in the map and by prioritizing specific characters. On the other side, we have Dogman that he's suddenly using characters like Karma, which is his main with a 4.9% with a 75% win rate and 4.9 KDA, which means that he is a very consistent player with the character. Another thing that he's using that is really, really cool is the fact that he's also using the Pocket Seraphine, which is a very disruptive champion that can do a lot of work during matches. And that makes it a really big point of contingency because it could be a definite a really a really targeted ban for it during matches. Now, on the other side, we're going to see Taylor Swift. Again, off with the jokes, I swear. But we're seeing a lot of Twitch and Seri. Twitch and Seri has been a thorn on the community side for as long as she came out. She came out a little bit underpowered, and later people started seeing that she wasn't really underpowered. She was really, really strong with an off tank build. And now it's one of those champions that a lot of people would rather not see due to how explosive her team fights are. It's essentially Samira on steroids. Even though Samira can really pop off during matches and everything and becomes really, really strong, on the side of Seri is almost super consistent with really good scapes, really good engages, and finally we're going to see Sorenets, which is the support of emotional damage, with Seraphine, Nautilus, and Braum. Really consistent picks overall. So right now we're going to see a really quick search of the guys over at Queen's Revenge. We're seeing a lot of Gwens, Camille's, and Jax, everyone's favorite OTP top laners that nobody has a problem with. A lot of Evelyn on the side of I'm Like Acid. There's also Sanjin Roebuck using characters like Zoe, Azir, Victor, and Pantheon. Sneaky on the other side, using mainly Bane for his placements, and right now we're seeing a lot of a diverse cast of ADCs like Misfortune, Vayne, Twitch, Caitlyn, and Kaisa. In the final down, we have Craig Dog with using character with he specializes with Leona, Thresh, Renata Glask, and surprisingly, to no one, Nautilus. So right now, we're going to drop over to the casters because this is an amazing production brought to you by Titan Esports and our friend Looking. See you on the analyst desk.
back again. And I mean, get a load of this guy that's on here with me. Who'd have thought Lamb and Crimsby back at it again? And of course we are. We're going to be presenting Titan Esports Winter Invitational. Exciting prospect, Crimson. Of course, we're going to say thank you, Stefu. Soloing the analyst desk, the big brain on the team, and definitely we're going to rely upon that as we go forward here. But Crims, how we doing, man? It's been a while.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean the season's finally started, getting some games going. And I know we're just doing a little exhibition here today, but I think it's going to be a great warm up for the teams and ourselves to be getting into the flow of it again for this season here. And man, you know what, Lamb, I'm just glad I can hear your beautiful Scottish voice again.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a minority, but when it is said, it's definitely appreciated if we go forward. I mean, how's the solo queue going, man? You queuing up
Oh my
on the new
gosh.
season here?
Yeah, I'm grinding. I got a lot of games already played. And I've already identified some OP picks. So we're going to see if that's going to be relevant here. I'm sure everyone knows about the Maokai. That is definitely something I want to see first picked or banned. How about you yourself, Lamb? I know you're a Hecarim enjoyer. He's actually pretty relevant right now. Have you been playing some of your favorite pony in the jungle?
I've definitely not. I mean, do you know, like it's one of those things. You retire the caster desk, it just means that you don't need to go through that trials and tribulations again, right? I definitely don't want to go through that. But who knows? I might take to the rift. Who knows? It's always something that's definitely there for the taking, I guess. But you know what? We're here to talk about Titan esports and starting up again. An invitational is an exciting prospect because it gives teams basically a basis to go out and show what the rest of the league that they can do, right? And we've got, I believe it's like 3 games tonight. And Steffu already touched on it. It's going to be emotional damage energy against Queen's Revenge. Now, you said just in the pre-game there when we were kind of all fair that you know a little bit about some of the teams that we're going to see here tonight.
Yeah, I have seen some of these teams. Obviously, positions may be swapped around a little bit, but Queen's Revenge definitely have casted them before, and they were in a finals. So let's definitely not look over them. Certainly have some good players on their team, and they definitely had a very good Zin player. We'll see if that comes around this time. I don't think so because that is their sub. But I definitely like the way that they played that game. And then emotional damage, I've seen them before. I've seen Tay Tay in action.
Tay Tay.
So yeah, I see Tay Tay. It's T Swift over here and Michaud as well. Can't forget Pally on the top side. You know, just excited to see these guys play. I'm not sure. I haven't seen this matchup specifically, but definitely want to see what they got to show each other.
Well, that's a real Taylor Swift. We need to say that first and foremost. Taylor Swift and Titan Esports. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, but Taylor Swift is a popular name on League. Everybody's going to be trying to register that one, and maybe she can be the anti-hero that they need today. There's going to be more of that coming. You better believe it. Don't leave a blank space because we're going to keep filling it. And I believe both of the teams are getting ready here. They're in the lobby. I know that everybody's ready to see how this is going to go, and especially with a new start to the year. You know, everything is just starting back up now. So this is a new, exciting adventure that me and Crims are going to take part in Titan Esports, and hopefully we can have as much fun as everybody has. I remember casting one of the finals here, Crims, and man, the turnout, the community, everything, it just gels really well together, and you can see why that this league is so successful thus far.
I mean, yeah, I got to cast the finals. You got to cast the finals. Maybe we'll actually get to cast one together. See, I don't know how we missed that one, Lamb. I guess we just didn't have our schedules line up, but this is now our opportunity to do so. And you know what? What better than these two teams? Emotional damage. You know, if they don't trash talk, I'm gonna be extremely disappointed in them. They need to play their namesake. I want to see some emotional damage in the game. There better be some BM. I want to see some icons flashing. I want to see those emoticon things. I forgot what they're called right now. I want to see maximum disrespect in BM, or else I don't think they deserve their name.
Wait, what you're telling me is you're basically saying be toxic. Just be toxic. That's the way that everybody plays League. And I mean, it either goes for you or it doesn't. And either way, you enjoy yourself regardless, even if you are toxic or not. But I mean, that's Crims, ladies and gentlemen. If you find them in solo queue, then I don't know how that's gonna go for you. I
Oh,
know he's a good carry. I know you're a good carry, but
you've
you know
never
how broad.
played solo queue
How,
with me. All right. I am pristine. I am clean. Okay. All right. I just say that in my internal monologue. Okay. That doesn't get you banned.
Well, do you know what does get you banned? Picks in
Yeah,
ban
here
and
we
phase,
go.
Crims. we're in, and we'll see what they're going to take away here. Now, you already made reference to the fact that there's many power picks going through right now. The recent patch has really buffered certain champions going into this one.
Oh, so the Zac plus the Gwen. Interesting. So Zac has found that niche as a flex pick, top laner and jungler, mainly jungle these days with a really good engage. And they're just flying through this draft. It looks like Queen's Revenge is really focusing on that bot side. They've taken out Karma and the Jinx here. No Zeri pick. And look at that. More bot lane focus with the Twitch. 2 hyper carries out of the way. Are they trying to force the Zeri? We'll see. Udyr snapped right away, Lamb. And no one's gone for that Maokai. It wasn't first pick or first ban. Slightly disappointing.
Yeah. Prioritization, and I mean, everybody will kind of develop this. This is not a chance that you can give away all the hands that you can play, obviously, going into these games. The teams will have scrims behind it. They'll have logistics behind it, we hope. You don't want to first pick Udyr if that's not the case. But Virus is going to be returned. Virus is one of these AD carries that once again is on the ascendancy. Now, cast your mind back to Worlds, the Baron steal. It really put highlight on what this champion can do, aka it's a piercing arrow, and aka it can come across from practically anywhere in the fog of war if you don't keep eyes on this champion.
Yeah, it's a very good champion to pick right now because, one, you're not pigeonholed into one build. You can go multiple builds. You can go the poke, you can go the AP, you can also go the on hit. They're gonna pick Xin. I guess I wasn't expecting it from I'm Like Acid here, but it looks like he's gonna do his best hunter cosplay as the next round is coming through. But Varus very strong and is good in lane, so we'll see what emotional damage is going to respond with. The Zeri Yumi is open, but are they going to take it into the Varus? That is a question we're going to have to wait for.
The predictions are there. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 out of 2. Okay, Zeri locked in, loaded.
Okay, they went with the Lulu. Yeah, they went with the Lulu instead. A lot safer in terms of Zeri being dove. Doesn't help as much in team fights, but should be very strong in the lane as well. And we'll see. I mean, typically you want to play more like an enchanter into the Lulu, like Nami does do pretty well. If you pick heavy engage, the Lulu's going to disengage all day. They're going to say, screw it, we're not going to pick support just yet. There's plenty of supports we can pick. We're going to go with this OP Jax. And Lamb, you haven't been playing solo queue. This champion is an absolute monster right now. The new changes completely overtuned. That active on the ultimate is that burst that Jax never had before, and this champion's going absolute crazy. So emotional damage, you need to find a counter, and Queen's Revenge can ban Fiora.
We'll see how they deal with that new highly anticipated Jax. Very interesting draft coming through from both of them, actually. Of course, Queen's Revenge. The Virus, it really intrigues me because the Zinzal can set up the Virus pretty good. And, of course, the Virus can follow that up with the own CC that he comes with in the Chains of Corruption. Now, interesting to see what pairing will come through in that support role for the Virus. Of course, already made reference to that Nami that is available right now as the bans are coming through. Again, both of these teams doing their due diligence. The Syndra being taken away, the Pantheon going to be taken away as well here. But how does that Zeri Varus matchup kind of dictate? Because Zeri is another champion that it wasn't touched. They had the lowest win rate, and then all of a sudden these changes occur, and now that champion is pick or ban now.
Yeah, basically they've revived the champion from the grave. They picked up the slack of the damage that Zeri really needed. Now, she isn't as hybrid as she was before or tanky. Needs to just be a hyper carry build to deal that damage, and is a lot squishier compared to before. So certainly is in a better place, but super strong. Okay, they go with Peel, the Renata Glass. I guess they like the Varus Renata combo, but in this lane, I'm not a fan of what Queen's Revenge are doing here. I think this is a bit of misplay. You want to pick Renata into melees as well for that disengage, and loses to enchanters in lane, so they're really banking on this Varus.
Feels really under pressure. Actually, the Zeri Lulu is going to be very hard to deal with that push. That strong side is definitely going to be in the bottom half of the map for emotional damage. Energy, as you can see, the lock-in of the Anivia now, so looking to stop any siege that can come through from this team composition. Obviously, once Anivia, the new changes to Raw the Ages means that this champion is now even more enhanced, right? As well as all the other enchanters that Raw the Ages goes on. You know, the Rise is another champion that can come into that topic. So, I'm going to lock in the Anivia. And I was going to say this, that the Mundo is still available. And right now, he's in a stupid position in terms of strength in the top lane.
Interesting that you bring up stupid when we're talking about Dr. Mundo here, as yeah, he's definitely on a warpath these days, unstoppable with that passive. That being said, can be procced by Jax here, so not the end of the day, and some of that E damage going to be cut by that Jackson. They just finish up that draft extremely quickly. They want the Azir, they want the peel. Mundo can definitely walk right through that, so overall, interesting draft from both teams here, but I'm just going to have to say straight away, I like what Emotional Damage has done in this draft. I think their picks make a lot of sense. The Renata has been mitigated. They don't have a great answer for the Zeri Lulu from Queen's Revenge here. They're going to basically have to stomp the bot lane. It's going to be all in that laning prowess, and otherwise, their champions are in a good spot. I mean, Udyr and Mundo, Lamb, both of them could just walk through CC like nothing is happening. So definitely gonna be on Queen's Revenge to get that early game going, because I don't see how they can stop the Zarya Nivea backline.
Well, the way that they're looking at it right now, right? They lock in the Xin Zhao, so they show their hand very early. They're saying that we're going to go hyper aggressive in the early game because Xin Zhao revolves around that early to mid game to try and get those lanes ahead and in a good position that he doesn't have to actually influence the rest of the map, and really they can try and snowball the lead. But now you're looking at the lanes here. The bot is very strong for emotional damage here, and now they locked in the Mundo, and he can stay at top side and just say forget about it, doesn't have to do anything. It's an interesting matchup in the mid lane, but Anivia is just going to be on farm simulators probably, as well as Azir, unless we see some crazy plays coming out from the mid laner of Queen's Revenge. Now I'm going to kind of ask you a question here. So even with the Udyr has been reworked for a little bit now, we're very aware of what this champion can do, but going into the Xin Zhao, does Udyr revolve around that early to mid spike, kind of like the Xin Zhao? Do you think that's a favorable matchup, or do you think it's pretty even?
I think Udyr wins pre-6 pretty heavily. I mean, it kind of tilts back into Zin's favor once there's more items under the belt and he gets that carry boots on. And in that case, 2 items, then the Xin can fight back a little bit. But the Udyr can be very tanky, very disruptive to the Xin. And so Udyr's probably going to be looking for cruising for a bruising around in Zin's jungle, and he's going to be taking that fight. That being said, in the team fight, Xin does have the ability to do a lot more damage there than Udyr past level 6. So that's going to be my read on it, Lamb. My show is going to have the advantage early, and then it's going to be like, I'm like Acid to make some plays. Can definitely gank in top and bottom, but in the team fight, it's going to have to make some plays there, make up for that difference.
And I always get really excited when a team picks lanes like this in terms of EDE, because it basically means that they're going to try and win lane one game, right? And that's a trend that usually what we see is either a win lane win game kind of thing, or it's a scaling aspect going up against it. But it's kind of mixed on the side of Queen's Revenge right now, right? Because the Varus is very, you could arguably say that Varus is very early to mid as well, right? He can put out a lot of poking. Once he has that attack speed buffer going on him, that steroid, it becomes like, well, how fast can you actually kill this area? And now that he's got the Renata there as well, that level 6 is going to be really interesting, because if it stays as a 2v2, the Renata can actually do something there. But again, the Polymorph is going to be available from Lulu. It's going to be a really difficult skill matchup, honestly. But I do think that EDE, they've drafted incredibly strong this far. And I mean, this is only the first game that we're looking at here, Crims.
I think it's a very strong draft. They're going to have to take a back seat in the early game, though, Lamb. You have to dodge some of these strong early game matchups for Queen's Revenge. They do have the Udyr, though, to facilitate the early game plays. So they have answers, they have opportunities. But, I mean, if we just look at their backline, Zarya, Nivea, plus the Lulu here, they're just going to be sitting chilling. So we'll see if they can keep things on ice here for emotional damage while Queen's Revenge tries to find an opening.
All right, and before we go to a quick break, what's your prediction, Crims? Who's going to take this? I got a feeling, I know, but I want you to say it. Who's going to take this game one at a best of one?
Oh, you know me, Lamb. I love scaling. I think that's the way to go. Emotional damage are going to be inflicting the first mental blow in this game.
Well, I am going to side with my colleague here. I think EDE have a lot to be spoken about. I mean, they drafted very well here, but ultimately, Queen's Revenge, it's all to do for both of these teams. I mean, it's debuting, it's invitational, it's Titan Esports, and once we come back, we'll be in the game one of the best of one. Emotional damage. Queen's Revenge. Titan Esports, Lamb and Crims, baby. We bring you all the action. Look at this. It's a bravery attempt if I've ever seen one. Obviously showing their hand very early on here, Crims. Got a mastery flash from Amlik Acid. He obviously knows what Zinzal can do. We'll see if he can transition that into the win for his team.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'm going to see a Hunter-esque cosplay here. Very aggressive coming out from emotional damage here with their comp. And Nivea Q Cheeky
GG.
does get that. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look, down HP already. They're behind. It's over. Is this going to be a topside start from a show here? That is interesting. You know, Lamp, I'm going to cut you off. There's a name in this game here, Psychopather.
Taylor
Okay.
Swift.
What kind of top laner names themselves Psychopath? That's a jungle name. Come on.
Maybe he's flexing. Maybe he is just a psychopath, and maybe we'll see Jax in the bot lane first 5 minutes. You never know. You got to switch it up if you want to keep your opponent guessing. And if it goes all wrong, then you just hit that FF button and you wait until the 15th.
And the toxicity and the flame and all that. Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, it's a package deal, right? That all comes with it. So just go with it. I mean, you'll be pretty good with it, I'm sure. Solo queue. It trains everybody's mind to accept that toxicity is something that is just embedded in League of Legends, and you have to exude that even in the amateur circuit.
Yeah. Now I'm interested. Is Taylor Swift an 80 carry? Is that her personality?
No,
Is that
she's
it?
actually a singer. She wrote numerous songs. Oh, actually a flash in the top lane. Pally gets a little bit too friendly with Psychopath there. That Jax doing things up there, man. We need to keep our eyes on him.
Maybe he's also a psycho laner as well. Definitely
Ooh,
needs to think
nice.
about that. But Pally hits the regen on Mundo, but that is definitely a good sign for the Jax up on the top side. Wants to hit that scaling, pushing in already. I'm like Acid.
He's here. C9 impersonating Sneaky. Flash and flash handshake forward. This might be first blood. Goes on to the Varus, and Tete has to just be the anti-hero. Walking under the turret lets the support go down. Udyr actually walking up here in my show. Want something more. This might be not favorable for you, my friend. Can't even get in range. Audacious charge forward. C9, 5. Nikki getting on the board again. 2 kills on the AD carry.
Was it really C95 Nikki?
I don't want to hit the
Okay.
copyright. I just
Oh yeah, that we could get sued. I understand. Well,
lawyer up looking.
my show has guts though, Lamb, as we can see. Went a little ham there. K-Swift. All right, is able to get out. So I like what I'm like Acid did. They identified that they wanted to have early game aggression in the bot side, and they're playing towards it. This Varus needed to get ahead. I said it in draft, and it's happening in the game here. So far, Queen's Revenge, it's looking like they're playing exactly how they should. And EDE, they're not taking the chill pill that they hoped that they were going to.
This is risky from Mundo. Not respecting Psychopath. He's a Psycho. Oh, the Empower. Oh, action on both fronts right there. Zeri picks up the Renata kill. And I mean, you got to put respect on that top laner. He is just proven to be a problem up there.
Yeah, that is definitely a time bomb taken away. If that continues to happen, a fed Jax is going to be an absolute nightmare. I don't know if it could catch Zeri, though, with the Lulu on top, but certainly is going to be taking some names here. So far, mid lane, not much has been happening. Oh, wait a minute. Psychopath. He wants it.
I'm like Acid this here. Just shadow on the top laner, make sure that Mundo can't do anything. No flash on the top laner. Remember that. Pally might be going down again for the second time in the game.
No
It's
flash.
just, okay, 3 Crescent Strike. There we go. Talon Strike. Crescent Strike is one of the 2. 3 Talon Strike. That's what it's called. Okay, all the words are in Zinzal's kit. It's been a while since I've seen him. Of course, this is new season, I guess, that we all need to
Well, they
come
didn't
accustomed
exactly change the Q name, so.
they
I don't
did
know. No
change
excuse.
Jax, so I'm going to change the subject really quickly because I know I'm wrong. They changed the Jax Ultimate, so it's now Master at Arms. That's a bit better than Grandmaster's Might, I think.
Oh, that is actually a better name. That is one of the few cases where Riot improved the name of a spell. The worst one was Twitch. I can't think of anything worse than changing Rat-a-tat-tat from Pray and
Was
Spray.
it Spray? Yeah, Pray and Spray. It's Rat-a-tat-tat now? What is going on?
Yeah, they
Syllables?
definitely-
More syllables for a Scotsman? That's never so good, man. Come on.
Oh, you guys aren't so good with those. I mean,
No, we try our best. I mean, English is hard enough. I mean, I won't practice any other language. And I mean, League of Legends is a language in itself, as we've already in the example. We're getting way off topic here, but look, it's looking pretty good so far. We've got a gold lead already. Krim 6 minutes into the game. We're looking at about 4,000, just under that. For the side of Queen's Revenge, they've looked pretty good in this early game.
yeah, and I'm like Acid has played fairly aggressively here and has gone unpunished. Is basically even in farm as well. And Pally, this is a nightmare situation for a top laner. Enemy top laner is stronger, plus the wave is pushing away. And look at that trade damage. The Sheen procs coming in. Mundo can throw briefcases on the way back to the lane. Oh, level 6 is a brawl.
Yeah, here comes the new and improved Jax now. It's maximum dosage against Master
wait.
at Arms. Oh, leap strike, into the counter strike, into a dead Mundo again. Third kill of the game for Psychopather.
Yeah, unfortunately for Pally, is not going to be able to come out of this unscathed. And I don't even know if Masho wants to go up there and help. So you're on your own. I'm imagining there's going to be a lot more Mundo deaths in the future. And almost on 2 plates as well. Psychopather well en route to take over the game purely through top laning.
Jax is now almost double the gold that Mundo has accumulated thus far in the game, and that can show how dominant this Jax is proven. And they picked that in the first phase here, Crim. So that was their third pick. They said, forget about the support, we're going to pick the top. And it's paying off big time for them. And maybe this is one of the win conditions that revolve around Queen's Revenge here. They obviously know that they have a really reliable top laner, and they're definitely making that show with this performance so far.
Yeah, as long as they don't take the 5v5, they're going to be in a very swell position. I do want them to go for this early dragon, and it looks like they're going to use a gank to activate that.
Yeah, okay, here comes the Zinzao. Get the abilities right this time, Lamb. There's no more excuses. He's going to slow down. Sorry, it's okay. Handshake
wait,
misses.
what happened?
Alcove, gaming, Tete. I mean, this is an audience that you just don't want to perform in front of, and that's exactly what's going to happen. C9, I will call him sneaky. Let's give him it. He's 3 kills to the good.
Yeah, definitely sneaked 3 kills under his belt there. And what happened to Taylor Swift? Got stuck in the alcove. And I've seen many Zeres escape from that situation. And if we had replay technology, I'm sure we could focus in on what exactly went wrong there. As here we go, they're picking up the dragon. That's exactly what I prescribed. And there is that being solved right now. They're doing great on the side of Queen's Revenge. I think they're playing perfect.
Oh, look at this. I mean, that wave's frozen. Pally really doesn't have a chance. I mean, he's trading back pretty successfully there. Jax hits the ultimate, but flash is available for Pally if he can't slow him down with enough briefcases here. But ultimately, that's a fair trade with the Mundo still holding on to his ultimate.
That is a fairly good trade. Might be able to salvage the situation, pick up some farm. Definitely needs to kite out this Jax, though. That's the big problem.
You know the pain's coming. Lulu's here as well, but they might be able to get there in time. Yes, they do. Mundo gets the shutdown onto Jax. A bit of overstaying. He baits out the ultimate from the Jax because Psychopather acting like a psychopath.
Oh, Sergeant takes a very, very losing trade right at the turret. So far, that plate going down to Dogman as well. Anivia doing pretty good in these early laning phases. And look at that. They path up the Lulu and the Udyr, and their present is the Rift Herald. So maybe they can make a crack or a dent in this gold lead here, Lamb, because it was looking like it was pulling away for a second there.
I think that kill going back over to Mundo helps things a lot. I did not check. In fact, I can just swing on up there right now. So that wave is still partially frozen there, so it's still good for the Jax. He's not going to miss out on any gold or experience, even though he dies there. So that wave still in a neutral state. Doesn't really favor the Mundo, so he needs to be careful still, because Jax, even though he falls there, still has the itemization to take down this big boy in the top lane.
Yeah, that is still a concern, even with the shutdown. It did go back on Mundo, so that's a bit of a relief for Pally, I'm sure. Feeling a lot of pressure from Psychopather there. Zeri, all on her lonesome. No one's going to pull the trigger on her, so they're just going to take the plate for free. So far, Sneaky has been taking command of this bottom.
Oh, Shifting Sands, Emperor's Divide. That's exactly the Shurima shuffle as described. Gonna serve up Anivia on a plate. X for breakfast. Sergeant Roebuck assisted by Xin Zhao in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was an excellent gank there from Sergeant, pulling off the shuffle. I have to say, Queen's Revenge, they look really good on pulling the trigger so far. EDE needs to make sure that they're not getting caught up in these early game shenanigans. They really want to activate as a team, so they're going to have to try to pull it together, prevent some of these plays, because I'm like Acid is getting everything he wants.
Track of that man that you just recommended to. I'm like Acid in the vicinity. Change the corruption, go wide, but Masho is here. Ultra Shock gonna go out. Taylor Swift with the burst fire. Remember, that's gonna be on automatic cooldown right there. They're gonna trade back over. Udyr's gonna be first to fall in the skirmish. TT under siege here. Their tickets are so expensive, and you can understand why.
Wait a minute.
Gets away from the handshake. Still doing burst fire. Zeri turning it around. Oh, that's bravery. Cray Dog walking away, and Taylor Swift will pick up the double.
It was looking good. I do wonder what happened to that Renata passive, but as you can see, just not really good at chasing down the Zeri and Lulu. They just were able to free fire on the way out. Did have to sacrifice Marshall, that front line, but in the end, we're able to turn it around. And that is why I was giving it to EDE in the draft. Who can answer the Zeri? So far, there's no answer right now.
And with 3 kills in inventory, that call is ticking as well. Still a little bit to go on that before you get the rewards of it, but Shield Bow going to be completed for both of the AD carries now, Varus and the Zeri. So certainly a story so far of the AD carries, but you can say the same for the Jax in that top lane. We've seen a little bit of glimpses from what Sergeant Robot can do in this game. A really clean Shurima shuffle to get himself on the board. And really, the pattern of both of these junglers here, Crims, this is something that it's almost like that mind game, right? The Udyr was waiting down there in the bot. Nobody knew that he would be there. I'm like Cassid, you know he's going to be there. He likes the gank, especially on the Zinzal. Very brave, but Masho proven that, you know, he'll be the sacrificial lamb if it's going to get the Zeri ahead.
Yeah, they definitely want to be getting into each other's heads. Marshall, for now, just has to predict where the Zin's going to be. Psychopath, another great trade, just whittling away. Oh, doesn't get the shuffle that time.
Dogman gets out of that at the price of a flash. So Anivia, remember that passive is not going to be available right now due to going down. In fact, I think it is on a timer. We will see if I can actually, okay, boosted caster right now. Just over a minute on Dogman's passive. Before that is going to be something that they can play around. But Dragon is going to be available in 5 seconds, and it looks like so far that Queen's Revenge are on point for the second Dragon of the game.
Yeah, they have control right now. Dogman was chunked out and did burn the flash. Would have to burn TP to make it here, but that would just be barely in time. They're going to pop the Rift Herald. They're going to get plates, but I don't think Zeri's going to get any of those plates, so not where you want the gold to be. Udyr does pick up a little bit, but you really wanted that gold on the Zeri, and that is a bit unfortunate for EDE. They do end up picking up money, though. At least they got something out of it, but they didn't even get the Dragon. So Queen's Revenge still looking good. Once they lose a fight at Dragon, that's going to be their scary point. You know, if they lose a Baron or Dragon fight, that's when the whole game can turn around, and then on a single fight as well. So Queen's Revenge, they're playing on thin ice against this comp. This Zeri at any point can take off and take control of this game. So we got to look out for that, Lamb. As soon as that happens, that might just be the calling card for Taylor Swift to take over.
Oh, the Coliseum, the stage is set. The theater is right here for the taking. Who wants to step up and be the main attraction? Because we got Taylor Swift in the game. I mean, how many times, Grim, take me away from it? It's a tool that should not be used over and over again, but we're using it anyway. And really, again, this is a platform for everybody on both of these organizations to go out there and make a name for themselves. Coming into Titan Esports is Dogman under threat again. Okay. The Emperor's Divide is very close. It's got to be pixelated how close that was to throwing Dogman back. I mean, very interesting interaction because kind of looked like that should have thrown him back there. But again, he just walks it out, and Azir ultimate on cooldown again.
Yeah, that was a bit of a miss and didn't have enough range for that backwards shuffle here. Dogman does seem to be taking quite a bit of poke. I think that could be enough to secure the pressure in mid lane. Rift Herald coming up soon. I'm certain Queen's Revenge want it. And it looks like EDE are just going to trade for this bot lane turn instead. So this is a totally fine macro decision. Second Rift Herald's not that much. And you're getting that gold right on the Zeri, right where you want it to be. But now we have to start thinking about this mid lane, man, because both teams are going to be fighting for it, and EDE is going to be on the more defensive end of that. So if Queen's Revenge does get the mid turret, that could potentially lead to a third Dragon in a row, Lamb. The 3-0 on the Dragons is going to be putting sweat on the foreheads of emotional damage as that happens.
A different kind of win condition, and a lot of teams definitely, if you have that priority in the mid, in the bot, or even at the top. I mean, top lane, not so much. You could honestly say that the bottom half of the map, if you have that priority, then there's no reason not to try and secure these quick dragon objectives, right? It gives you insurance policy going into the late game. Now, it's going to be Chemtech Soul in this one, so that's something that has to be taken into account, because now you have to try and contest, right? If they get 3 in a row, alarm bells start, they have to start going off for them. And you know, the goal lead is still there. They're still within range here. It's about 2,500. Well, since they picked up that Herald, it's about 2,900, 2,800 for Queen's Revenge here. But remember, the Anivia will scale. The Zeri is well on her way as well. They kind of need to up the pace a little bit, in my opinion. Jax is actually sitting with that Herald right now. So where do you think that they're going to path? You can see him in that bot lane, probably just looking to take that last outer turret.
That would be the safest one to take. And after that, you could try to work on that mid lane. That is going to be oh so key in the future here. They have lots of pressure. The Azir into the Mundo, though, is not something that I would be comfortable with. But it looks like Sergeant Roebuck says, hey, I can take on this Mundo, push him in. But I would be afraid of that passive. Meanwhile, Psychopather certainly can take this Anivia. But it's going to be hard to push into this turret. So I'm not a fan of how they did the lanes here. But look, they're making the push for the mid turret. They have the Azir roaming, but it looks like the defenses mounted by emotional damage are going to be sufficient.
Rotating both of their bot laners to the mid now. Now we kind of see that decision making come into account. Like you already mentioned, Azir is going to go back up to try and fend off that Mundo. But what this kind of lets is Mundo to have his way. Scale back up in the game. Get the CS, get the experience, the gold that he was losing out on so much in that 1v1 against the Jax. And Jax is opting to go down and match the Anivia. Now, it's kind of nullified on both sides here, because really, both of the matchups, it doesn't really become advantageous for anybody there.
Yeah, they definitely neutralized when they shouldn't have from Queen's Revenge. They are the one with the prio, so they make the choices around here. And while that is a very aggressive play, Mundo, I think Mundo could turn that around. Pally, playing with a little bit of fear, doesn't know if there's someone around the corner waiting to kill. Rift Herald being dropped. It's going to be defended. If they could break the eye and get this Rift Herald killed, that's going to be huge. The damage.
Yeah, he gets it off just in time. But Dragon is here, so this is going to be so point if Queen's Revenge can actually secure this. Teleport's going to come in, so they're going to commit to this to try and contest it. We got 5,000 on that Dragon right now. I'm like Acid is right on top of it. The smite's still available. Sergeant Roebuck goes forward. The Emperor's Divide pulls a Nivea handshake. Combination. Dogman under threat here, under siege. He's going to get run down. Rebuff's going to be activated. Jax in the middle of it, trying to get the Legion Strike back out. Counter Strike going to help him out for a minute. Oh, Psychopather! Oh, the bailout there. If he gets killed, he'll live. He does not. Taylor Swift actually going to take him down there. Mash will run away with about 10% health on that. It's Tay, and the rest of the gang gets out with that. But ultimately, it's a 1-for-1 in a very close fight. But Queen's Revenge, they get the Dragon.
Yeah, 1-for-1 plus the Dragon. Take that trade in the day. Jax does go down, but doesn't have a bounty to give anymore. So certainly worth it. And there it is. This is going to be the nervous moment for emotional damage. The triple Dragon secure. They don't have prio for the game either. They've been constantly on the back foot. They lost that mid turret. Queen's Revenge. They have all the keys to success here. And it's looking like EDE are just going to be taking this game with an L. And, I mean, I gave them the winning draft, but they did not have a very good early game here. And that's leading all to this snowball effect from Queen's Revenge. Interested to see if they're going to try to pull the Baron, or they're just going to wait and chill. Give them time on the side of emotional damage to scale. They're not super far ahead of them, so it's a very tough decision to go for the Baron bait or just wait and chill for this Dragon.
I don't think we've actually been in excess of a 2,000 goal lead. The most important thing is that Queen's Revenge have held on to that for the majority of the game. I don't think even with these fights going over that EDE have actually swung that goal lead at all. And I want to say that Psychopath are in that team fight. I thought for sure he was going to die there. The healing that came out of him very quickly, putting together a nice combination. And even though everybody went really low there, I mean, it was on a knife's edge. It could have swung both ways. And once you get that additional kill, maybe it's for the rest of the team. But Kraydog walks into the wrong neighborhood Blazing Stampede means CC immune. Bailout comes out, but that kill is going to be donated over. Fifth kill of the game for the Zeri. She's on 2 items right now, Krim. She's got that call already paid for, and she's looking to cash in just a little bit more.
Yeah, is also ahead of Sneaky Eat. Despite the lane phase attempts from Unlike Acid, the shutdown Zeri has basically come through unscathed, picking up a free kill on Kraydog, just waltzing right into enemy territory land, all on her lonesome. So that is a free kill. And look, this is what Anivia can do in the side lane. There it is, just completely zoning out the Jax. They opt for this matchup again, and I'm absolutely baffled.
It's just nullifying the Jax completely. There's going to be no give there because Anivia has that ultimate, can just wipe out the whole wave, doesn't really have to worry about the 1v1 or getting dove right now. I believe that the rebirth was already procced in that last team fight, so maybe has to think a little bit twice if that wave is big enough and it doesn't survive for as long. The Jax might go for that 1v1 potential, but it has to be said, I come back to it. Your point is very valid. They're not really making use of what this Jax can do. You have to put him against the Mundo before Mundo becomes unkillable.
And Mundo only 31 stacks on the Heartsteel, so I assume that's why they have the Azir there. Doesn't want to give him stacks, but I feel like Psychopath would just get kills on the Mundo, be just and more effective on the side lane as well. So we'll have to see if this decision does end up paying off in the end. It is free farm for both sides.
Oh, he's going to go for it. Rebirth on 20 seconds. Psychopather kills the Anivia underneath the turret. He gets the stasis, but he jumps to freedom. I mean, we were just speaking about if he wants that solo kill, then he has to make it happen. He does that. Now his team's starting up the Baron. That looks like a bad call when they're going to back off of it.
Well, yeah, I think they just needed Psychopather to either back and TP, and they can go for that, or they could just take the free turret bot lane, which is exactly what they did there. So either way, I think it works out just fine. And Psychopather did pick up that kill. I think Dogman's gonna be, gonna be a bit upset about that one. Certainly could have turned it in his favor, but man, Psychopather just took it to him. I don't think he expected that Jax engage out of nowhere.
Kind of throwing me off how much damage this Jax does in such a short amount of time. It really deletes a health bar pretty quickly, but Dragon is 10 seconds away here, Crims. And right now, the vision is with EDE. They have to try and keep that and push into that river, because you better believe that Queen's Revenge are coming for that soul.
Yeah, Queen's Revenge, they want it. And it's going to be quite a good soul for them as well. That tenacity going to help out a lot, especially against someone like Anivia. They got him zoned off. They're trying to get through the choke, but they can't. Queen's Revenge have prio, and now we're going to get ourselves the straight river fight. The Dragon Dance Lamb is going to be quite exciting. They do have a range advantage right now for Queen's Revenge, but that pop-off from Zeri, I'm looking forward to it.
Hold on to your butts. This one might just take over. Emperor's Divide actually misses, hits the people who's in the pit already. Pally goes down, the Mundo already dead. Here's Zeri being the main focus. Oh, that's a good smite from I'm Like Acid. Sergeant Robot goes stasis. He's got a bailout on there. If he's still burning, he could fall here. Audacious charge back forward. They're still going for Tay flashing over the wall. The Zeri's still alive, still doing damage, but Psychopath will be the cycle that he is. Gets polymorphed. Oh! Secures the kill, and Dogman will be the cherry on the cake. The rebirth gets activated. Teleport coming in. They're looking to try and push down these objectives, or better yet, they're looking for that Baron.
Taylor Swift can only do so much, and this Mundo just ain't tanky enough to hold up that front line either. Pally goes down in a matter of seconds, and I'm Like Acid gets the smite onto the dragon for the soul. And at that point, Taylor Swift has an absolute mountain to climb and wasn't able to get over the hill. And now with the Baron, with the soul, Queen's Revenge looking to take this game clean fashion. I mean, it's not like a 0-15 game, but still, I think they called all the right shots. They made the right decisions. Besides the Jax thing that we were talking about earlier, Queen's Revenge looking solid.
Immovable. 6,500. That gold lead just skyrockets to, and now it makes it even harder for EDE to try and bite back in this game. So Baron play is going to be online. And of course, those bounties, the last hour is still up there. And the mid lane is certainly going to be achievable if they can get the macro right. But you got to think here, Crims, that Queen's Revenge, they want to try and sync up these waves and start to really pile on that pressure.
Yeah, they have great split pushers. And this Jax with the Baron buff, you better believe that there's going to be turrets taken here. And they have quite a lot of poke with the Azir and the Varus to siege as well. So they're all set up here. They have basically all the answers. Now, Anivia has lots of wave clear. The Baron Minion's going to give her a bit of an annoyance, but eventually we'll be able to clear them down. Here we go. This is the matchup I wanted to see. And yeah, that does not look like it's winnable for Pally.
Yeah, Pally doesn't like that very much, even though we do. But look at this. Look at this classic 1-3-1. What better example than this? Jackson in the top lane, Azir in the bot waiting for that additional wave. There's one turret going to go down. Looks like they might get the top one as well. They got 3 in the mid lane. The poke coming through from the Varus is very hard to deal with. Oh, Masho. Psychopather leap strikes away, but might not get out of this one. Stasis, pop, just the delay. The inevitability he might go down. That healing is just insane. He's still healing. Whoa. A little bit closer than expected. But they get the Jackson. They'll delay that 1-3-1 with the Baron, but they're still sieging in that bot lane. And now Anivia can't really deal with these Baroned up minions.
This might have been a mistake from Queen's Revenge, Lamb. They had that opportunity to win the game, and they burn it right here, right when they could have just plucked a free win. Psychopather just took a step too far, wasn't watching out for the Udyr flank, and now they don't get a clean sweep of the base, Lamb. They're going to have to fight for another objective, and again, this Zeri giving her another opportunity to carry this game.
Clinging to life and clinging to the Zeri, the AD carry, Taylor Swift, 281 CS. I mean, look at the CS per minute right now on that AD carry. 10 CS per minute, looking really good in this one. And I mean, it can't get any better than that. So if there's going to amount any sort of comeback, it's going to come through the AD carry of emotional damage, energy, and that Infinity Edge is now going to be completed for the Zeri. So another power-up for the AD carry. They'll need to bide their time though. The Baron is still available. No, actually the Baron just timed out, so it's no longer available. So now they're just soaking up these waves. They're getting gold and experience, and they're continuing to scale. So this definitely favors them.
They're going for an engage. Wow. They do. They get on too sneaky.
That hostile takeover was the disengage that they needed. So they're an ADA pick. Paying big there. Otherwise, they look like they were in trouble. Ultra Laser goes out from the Zeri, just tags up Psychopather. He'll go back up towards the blue buff. Look to try and get a little bit more vision. Look at the wards right now. So the defensive stance definitely been achieved here, but this second turret in the top lane is going to fall.
Hey, EDE, I think they're feeling pressure going for that engage. They really want to fight.
So he bent off more than he could chew here. I'm like Acid, he gets the flash out, he's in Zhao, and he gets the ultimate. So that Crescent Guard going to go into a cooldown here. We see just over a minute for the Elder Drake, and that might be it. It's getting pinged out right now. Nobody can see this, but it's definitely going to be the focus of both of these teams come in a minute's time.
Not too bad for EDE. If we look over, I'm like Acid and Sneaky have burned their flashes, Lamb. So that is going to be an opportunity for them. If Sneaky gets caught one more time, could just go down in the fight just like that, even with the Renata here. Grey Dog getting that Titan's potion. Look at this. You know, there's what is it? People who like tall, dominating women. Well, there you go, folks.
Amazonians? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, Amazonians. If your fetish is Amazonians, there you go.
Oh man, and we're in the jungle. Oh, it couldn't be any more poetic.
There you go. If you like Dami mommies, here you go.
Oh my god, there's a website for that, and it's definitely not this one. Anyway, guys, I get back to that. Like 15 seconds on the Elder Dragon, and again they're forced into the river. Oh, as here goes.
Oh wait,
forward.
this is that was such a close pick, Lamb. Just a few pixels, and EDE could have definitely synced this. This is the Elder. Queen's Revenge have clear control. They're on it, and EDE's nowhere near. This thing's gonna drop like a rock.
Yeah, Imlay Acid has been on point with all these smites so far. 6,000, it's gone down so fast I can't even see it. Emperor's
They're
Division,
zoning.
space out the rest of the team not to contest this.
Okay.
They have to go the long way round, and that's a long way for a shortcut. Hostile Takeover comes out, and they will slay the Elder. They're going to collapse on the rest of the team here. Zeri pops ultimate, Masho running away, but Pali's still going to be at the front line with maximum dosage. Psychopather still spinning, still winning, still trying to get something back, has to back off. But a team fight, they're turning, even with the Elder. Flash forward, that's going to be handshake
Taylor
back.
Swift.
Bailout, not enough. Stasis, they get the Udyr, they trade over, they kill the mid lane. Now that's a word they trade. Taylor Swift still doing things. Psychopath goes back over the wall on the Pally. Still burning. The Mundo's still healing, but he's got the block. He deletes him with the Elder. And they come out on top just.
Barely.
Just.
That was close, Lab. Even with the Elder, that is, you know, you wouldn't have expected, but the kite from emotional damage is definitely doing them favors here. Fortunately, they weren't able to win the Baron as well. And now Lamb, the double blocks here. Surely, Queen's Revenge can sink this game this time around.
They just might, and don't call me Shirley.
I'll call you whatever I want. Lamb.
Any airplane
my
fanatics. I
Yeah,
mean,
that
Leslie
is-
Neils it. Yeah, there we
Dude, I
go.
love
We
that
got it.
movie.
We got. I love it
that
too,
movie.
man. So good.
Oh
Police
my
force. Yeah,
gosh.
yeah.
I love
Only
gag movies. Gag movies are so good. Anyway,
That was so good before it's time. Anyway, yeah, that is a conversation. We're at the pinnacle of this game right now. We can't go any police force. I mean, it doesn't pay tribute to both of these teams and whether they're going. And maybe some of the investigations that have gone on in this game, that might
There's-
be police force-esque. We don't
they're
know.
just
But teleport
piling
comes in.
down
They're
the block.
sieging. They're sieging.
yeah, look at this. 4-man stack. They went straight to that mid lane turret. They got the Azir turret behind for backup. They want to take this game. Psychopath are on the side lane, trying to rush it down as well. Look at this turret. About a quarter of an HP, the last stand for EDE, and they're trying to do their best. They have the Anivia, one of the best stallers in the game, and doing that job right now. holding
that
up the
wall.
minions.
That wall was pixel perfect. Actually, to delay that wave from crashing, but the cannon minion, oh, it's actually going to be deleted as well. They're stalling as best they can here. Psychopath 1v2. It's Jax warranting a lot of respect. Remember, the soul is on their side. The Elder, I believe, is still ticking as well. He's gone down to about 25% health.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Masho
Who's
still
talking?
going for it. He jumps back in. He obviously thinks that he can 1v2 this. Pally going low. Still burning with the Elder. If he gets him low enough, he'll be able to get him. The stasis comes out, means his cooldowns are going to be available. Oh, action in the mid lane. Emperor's Divide. Going to throw back the Lulu. Wild Growth on herself. Not going to help out the rest of the team. Stasis is going to be popped by Sergeant Robux. Be patient. The turret's actually going to go down. They're going to commit the teleport. That's going to be the Jax. He actually went back to reset full health. They're looking to just collect the inhibitor here. They might overstay. How's the confidence levels? Confidence level, Psychopath
Oh,
is
he's
pretty
on.
damn good right now, but he's been melted by Taylor Swift. He has to jump back in the refuge of the rest of his team and leave C9 Sneaky. Psychopath are burning. Bailout, not enough, and Zeri secures the kill. Oh my god. Sneaky, slow down. Pally still looking to connect the briefcase, but it looks like they'll get out of there. Oh, it's so close, Scrims.
All that blood and tears shed for a single inhibitor. EDE, they weather the storm with Anivia, and they are able to survive for another fight. And Lamb, T-Swift is getting pretty scary. Despite all these advantages for Queen's Revenge, the amount of damage and kiting that Taylor Swift is able to output here is insane. Not to mention, oh, they're going for a turret themselves.
Pally.
Oh, Pally.
He's dead here. Oh, wow.
That is
Disrespecting
a
the
huge
turret,
mistake.
actually. Masho has to run away with the loss of his top laner. It means the Jax will be up in 5 seconds here. The benefit for them is there's no objective for another 2 minutes. This will be the second Elder of the game. We're 35 minutes in. This gold lead doesn't mean a whole lot. Look at the AD carries inventory. Actually, Bloodthirster was just picked up by the Varus. These are very scary AD carries now.
Yeah, but I think we all know which one we would prefer to have on our team right now. The Tay
The
Swift.
Mundo. Oh.
Oh, wait, that's not an 80 character. Lamb, all right, let the color do the color. And let the play-by-play do the play-by-play.
I'm just filling in the gaps. Mundo needs some love here. He needs
He's
some
not
love.
an 80 carry. He's not an 80
He
carry.
could be if you want it. Mundo goes
He-
where he pleases. He can be whatever you want.
He does need some love, though. I mean, 1, 8, and 4 definitely in need of some love in here. Pick up his spirits. Cray Dog on the other side. 0-2-12 on this Renata, doing a good job of actually keeping people alive that they when they shouldn't be. But that Renata ultimate not getting a lot of value like I was talking about, Landon. We haven't seen any huge Renata ults besides that one disengage, and it was just to save his team.
Very good point that the disengage, that ultimate is basically being a tool to, if the fight isn't going their way, they just get out and they leave it. They don't even commit to it. Psychopathers chased away by Taylor Swift, the real one, even though it's 1-2-3. And this game is on a knife's edge here. Oh, Dogman has to fall the stasis, and Nivea is in trouble here. Amelie Cassidy is going to go forward, the audacious charge. The opposing jungler, Emperor's Divide, to space it out, and it looks like they'll nullify that. Zeri's still going. Okay, all my pop flash forward. Very aggressive from the AD carry. Collects the kill. Might look for more Ultra Shock. Laser goes through. Will slow. Blazing Stampede sets it up, and that's a shutdown. More gold into the pocket of the Zeri as if she needed it. 392 CS. And climbing right now. That inhibitor in the bot side did fall, but look at this, Crims. EDE are looking for one for themselves.
Yeah, they can't go for the Dragon and Queen's Revenge. It would take too long, and they don't get the fast back, and so they have to give it up to EDE. The Zeri pick, Taylor Swift coming huge in the final moments of the game. Oh, doesn't hit the takeover.
Taylor. Okay, Taylor realizes, oh, that burst fire is doing so much damage. They're looking for the win here. Redemption will come down. We got 15 seconds, 10 seconds onto the Jax. They're committing everything here. Mundo actually made the teleport earlier to get in here. Oh, what a swing around, what a turnaround. EDE against the time, against everything. Come out with the win.
Talk about emotional damage, Lamb. That has got to be some heavy mental just done to Queen's Revenge here, because they certainly had the game, but they couldn't close it out. The Anivia, the Zeri, these super hyper scaling champions pull through in the end. What did I say about scaling, Lamb? What did I say about scaling?
That you scale. It's just
that you can rest your shoulders on scaling. Of course, the weight, the scaling champions can take it, and Taylor Swift was given enough opportunities to carry this game. It wasn't that many, but it was enough, Lamb.
Well, the interesting thing is, if we had the replay going right now, if you look at that last siege, Mundo teleports in. Mundo realizes that his team already are going to get the turret. They're going to get the inhibitor. He starts to charge his back. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, hey, they still got 2 dead, and it's about 15 seconds before they're here. Why don't we just end the game? And you're 1-8-4 Mundo Pali was under so much pressure that game, and he stood tall. He was at the front of the queue to go down and be that sacrificial lamb for the Zeri. And oh my God, what a performance from Taylor Swift. 1, 2, 3. Filling in those blank spaces. You get it. We've been through it enough. I might pull up her album next time that she's on the Rift. Who knows? But they're singing her praises because ultimately Dogman was the answer to any siege that they could get with any Baron, any Elder, anything like that. The Lulu came into fruition as well. Really, that team composition, it gelled. They picked to win the lanes, but man, the lanes didn't win, but they sure won the game.
Yeah, and they might have won some hearts or maybe some enemies from that game, Lamb, because that was on the edge for both teams. They made the call to go for the end. Didn't want to chance it after getting the Elder, and I have to give them credit. They had some guts there at the end to go for it. And just look at that damage. Zeri, 36k. I mean, compared to the rest of the team, just on her shoulders here. 4.4 from Lulu. Can't even see the bar. That's how small it is. I have to say, though, Jax on that 52k. I think it was really that just beating up Pally all day.
Yeah, that punching bag.
Mundo has a lot of HP bars to get through, but as you can see, Zeri had huge effectiveness in the game. And the problem was no one could get on to T Swift. I mean, only had one death. That was in lane. But as soon as the team fights start rolling around, there was no answer to the Zeri train, and it did not stop.
Did not stop. And the same can be said for our game night tonight on Titan Esports. That train is going to keep chugging along. Dorado Gaming against New World Esports Nova is right after this. We're going to cut to a small break, but when we come back, it's going to be Steffi with a little bit more information for you guys.
I'm ready. And welcome everyone after a blazing game 1. We are now going into game 2 between Dorado Gaming Epsilon versus New World Esports Nova. And we need to start talking about their players because we have Bold Monk Larry, Hybrid Carry, Tough Daddy, which is a regular here at Titan Esports, the OG Drunk, and the Orion. So let's get started with the recent plays in the OPGG that they provide to Titan Esports, and we're seeing a lot of Gangplank, Camille, and Udyr in the top side, also a little bit of Jax. But on the hybrid carry, we have a lot of presence of Wukong, Maokai, and Graves. Really interesting characters with also special appearances from Renekton and Volibear. I sure hope that's not a Renekton jungle. We have a Lilia, but the most deciding character that we have present in this OP.GG is going to be the Wukong, which I'm going to move towards my main screen so it doesn't seem that I'm ignoring you guys. But right now we're going to see Tough Daddy, and Tough Daddy is playing characters like Syndra, Irelia, Swain, and Vex. Really amazing characters that have the possibility of popping off in one of the greatest ways possible, but they are really team reliant, especially characters like Bex and Swain that become so tanky and so utility based that even though they're able to push back and destroy specific targets, they're still going to be able to have to find a quick balance between helping their team and surviving. Right now, we're seeing on the other side of the spectrum, the OG Drunk is using characters like Lucian, Jean, Seri, and Ezreal, with special presentations of Nyla and Sivir. Really good characters, amazing potential of carrying with teams that with ultimates that can define battles, and finally Orion with characters like Amumu, Khan, Yumi, and also special appearances of characters like Thresh and Nami, with also Renata Glass here and there. Overall, really consistent picks on this side, but right now we're going to drop into the new World Esports Nova, which is going to be Varus, Kyler, Merlin, Icarus, and the Taragonist. In the side of the Taragonist, as a support, we have characters like Seraphine, Renata Glask, and Yumi. Really consistent picks, really on the meta. We have on Icarus' side, we have Kaisa, Saya, and Varus, which are really good ADCs. He's leaning more towards the Kaisa side, which that might be a target ban if it's not banned by the guys over at Dorado. We have on the mid lane Merlin using characters like Lux, Malzahar, Seraphine, Syndra, and Lissandra with 100% win rate on a one-off that is Vigar, which can be kind of explosive in certain matchups. We have Kyler on the jungle with Silas, Wukong, Sejuani, and Nocturne. Overall, really teamfight heavy characters that shine at a post level 6, but are still able to have a lot of presence in the early game. And finally, in the side of Beerus, just to end this, we are seeing a lot of Gnar, Ornn, Gragas, and Mordekaiser, which are really consistent picks that are able to do a lot of damage, that have really defining ultimates that can do wonders in team fights and against different people. But right now, that's enough of me. We'll see you right now with the casters. See you guys in the analyst desk.
Wow, back again. Stefu, thank you. We appreciate you, man. Gives us an insight, Crims, right? It's something that, if you don't do your homework, then you're not really too sure what is in the meta right now, especially for somebody like me who is just a third party in all of this. But of course, you will see it in the solo queue. But Stefu mentioned a few champions there that, we might see roll through. You have already made mention to the Maokai that has been so prolific and consistent in how that is dictated in the draft. And it's understandable to see why, right? The saplings are a free ward. Once you get a demonic embrace, once you get the Leandres, it just starts burning you for infinite amounts of damage. So are we expecting a change up more alongside the meta, or were you pretty pleased with what you've seen in the first game?
Oh, you know what? Classic forget to mute here. As you know what, I think the drafts kind of rounded out how you would expect. I do think Maokai's should have a lot higher priority because I mean that champion is overpowered as you were talking right there. Amumu actually was mentioned by Stefu there, so I think that is an interesting pick. Certainly can be swapped into the jungle now with that demonic embrace build. That item is just so strong, Lamb, that almost any champion you could first build it should be thought about in the draft. So even though Lily is not seeing the highest win rate in solo queue, I think in competitive that could be a totally different question here. So demonic embrace champions, a Lilia can be flexed into the jungle or into the lane like the Zac as well. So I think that's something that people have adapted to quite well, Lamb, and everyone's pretty much on board with that type of draft.
Well, in the last game, as we go into the draft here, in the last game, we had our Taylor Swift. We'll see who's going to be the superstar in this one, because you can make an argument that the Zeri might have had a lot to say on how that last game went. But we have two different organizations in front of us now: Dorado Gaming Epsilon and New World Esports Nova. Obviously, we're tuning in for that first game, so they've kind of seen how champions are going to navigate throughout the rift. But of course, different organizations means that they're going to have different prep, which means that potentially we're going to see a different state of affairs in terms of the champions that they're going to prioritize.
Yeah, that is exactly what we're going to be expecting here. I do wonder, both of these teams here did go 0-1, so one of these teams is going to win, and they will be going 1-1, and the other one will be hitting that dreaded 0-2 Lamb. So this is going to be the round robin on the line here. Gnar going to be taken out. Very strong blind pick. And the Lucian Nami combo has been removed via the Lucian here, Lamb.
So Nami's still on the board. We were talking about this as well, that Nami can be paired with just not the Lucian, right? You can't be too greedy and go for that overpowered combination. She can sync up well with Zeri, other AD carries. I mean, we even seen it with an Ezreal too. And Gnar, Malzahar going to be taken away. And obviously these bans will reflect what they have seen in each other's OPGGs, hopefully. Then they're not guessing. As like Crims has said, this is all in the line, this round robin. Definitely at stake for both of these organizations. And Maokai going to be banned away. I'm pretty sad in seeing that. I wanted to see it come through here.
Yeah, and the other OP would probably be Heimer. I think everyone's on top of that one as well. So we'll see if anyone bans or picks it.
The Donger.
Both these champions. Yeah, the Donger himself is just so strong in that support position. The supports that do a lot of damage, Lamb, they're definitely annoying.
Indeed, a wise choice. Caitlyn going to be banned away for the third ban of DOG. Maybe it'll be a DO double G, depending on how this game goes. If they're going to get snoot with it. I mean, we remember, I mean, if you know, you know, the rift was covered in clouds that weren't belonging to any of us. But we're going to move on. That was a while ago now that happened.
Yeah,
NWE,
you're pulling far back, dude. That's a deep cut for us. That's
Time
like
machine activated.
Fans.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And of course you can see that. We'll sell it with the Twitters. We of course going to share that. But no, we're not selling out. If you want to deep it down, then Titan Esports is the only place that you'll catch us for this season. And that's no lie. Rakan going to be taken away for NWE. And the first pick, what are you expecting to see here? You got 9 seconds to guess.
Oh, I would hope it's a Heimerdinger, but I don't think it's going to happen.
2.
But,
One.
maybe it could be... the Varus can be picked here. Heimerdinger Ashe is the straight counter to this. If you play Heimerdinger Ashe, you pick it, you will stomp the Varus. He cannot dodge the slow, plus the Heimer stun, plus all the missiles that follow afterwards. NWE, are you going to respond with the perfect counter? That is going to be the question.
So what you're saying is Varus will catch a grenade for you? Oh, Lilia.
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
come
Well,
through.
he's not going to want to, but he's going to catch it to the face.
No. Well, somebody got to do it, right? We've seen Taylor Swift go by. Maybe it's Bruno Mars' time. We don't know yet. But Lilia going to be locked in for NWE. Not too sure on the flexibility of this champion now, Crims, because Lilia, we did see it in the top lane going to the end of last season. And really, it's kind of fallen away from there, and it's traditionally that jungle pig, but the Ashe going to be hovered here. Do they take away the Heimer Donger here?
They do put up half the combo. I think they are trying to bait out that Heimer pick. They're saying, you're not going to pick it, or we're comfortable if you do. So that Lilia pick that I was talking about, the Demonic Embrace champion coming to the fold, and in Game Number 1, we saw the Udyr. So we're seeing the new meta in full display. I do think that they're going to end up picking a jungler. So they go with the Karma instead. This is going to give them a lot of poke. However, the Ashe Heimer will still be able to mitigate the poke and have really good lane control. Karma does work out better for engage in kiting as well further in the game. Now, I do want to see what are they going to respond to this Lilia with. They can have a ranged damage dealer. Something like Graves would be pretty good. Wukong's going to be all right. Does work well into the Ashe, but will be getting discombobulated by the Lilia in these team fights.
Love the word choice, but I want to bring it back. So the Karma, I was about to say, you ever listen to Tibetan mantra, like music?
No, I don't listen to Tibetan music, no.
Okay, so Tibetan...
Why are you asking that, Lamb? That seems very out of left field.
It's very zen. I'll say that much. It's very zen. So maybe DOG are going for that very zen, very methodical, but Seraphine's going to be locked in with Ashe. And I mean, 2 powerful ultimates that come across there that can set up Lilia for a lot of success. But Tibetan mantra, really relaxing. Highly recommended for anybody who, and you have a stress day, you know, don't choose the alcohol, choose the Tibetan mantra. That's kind of the way that I go about it. No spoilers, please. Behind the scenes stays behind the scenes. But second phase Are the bans going to come through here? Who are we expecting to be taken away? Of course, that we see now both at bot lane, potentially here, Crowns, because Seraphine can still be flexed to that mid lane, but you really want to see her go to that AP support role, not AP carry, because Ashe is going to be the AD carry in this game.
I mean, they could have Ashe support Seraphine AD carry, Lamb. Don't forget about that swap up that they can do. Seraphine's going to do good to weather the storm of the poke that they're going to be facing with those heals. Ornn being taken out is going to offer up a very strong frontliner that can be healed by the Seraphine, so they're going to take that away. Gwen signals that they probably want a tank pick, so that is going to be the premier tank counter. I wonder if they're going to go Cassante. I think that'd be a very interesting pick. That champion's very strong still, despite the nerf slam, so Cassante, surprised we haven't seen it yet, but it surely will be making an appearance soon. They're really timing this down to the last second, and yeah, that was too late. Gamers can't click champions in time on a pro draft. Who would have thought?
Says maybe GP. I mean, we'll kind of wait on who that ban was for, but the Mordekaiser will be taken away, and now we're in the second phase of the picks here. We'll see if that was a mistake or something just didn't happen. Sometimes these drafts are a little bit glitchy, but either way, there was plenty of time there, like Crim's already mentioned, to actually take away a champion.
So they do say it is a GP, so we'll have to trust them on that. That makes me think that they really want to pick a tank, because GP Gwen, great into tanks, have the ability to scale as well. Certainly they don't run it down this time. Okay, Set. They pick Set. Kind of a pseudo tank. They are fulfilling some of that AD damage requirement, Lamb. If we could see here, they're not the highest damage team comp we've ever seen.
No, but it certainly gives you, I guess, an insight on what they're trying to do. Now, we're kind of predicting that the mid laner is still to be picked. You really want something that's going to have such a good impact. I mean, even a control mage, honestly, in this composition is not too bad, right? You could throw an Orianna in there. Syndra would work pretty well. You can even go assassin type. It's been a long time since we've seen the distortions coming through from LeBlanc. Kind of depends what the mid laner of NWE wants to do here, but Mundo going to be returned, and you're right in saying that they were looking to pick a tank in that top lane. And I mean, Mundo against the Set, it's still a good matchup for the Set, I want to say. If Set can get ahead here and really make it count, then it can certainly bode well. We've seen the Mundo get absolutely smashed in the last game with Pali, but it really didn't matter because ultimately Mundo is Mundo, and we might see the run back of the Anivia here.
Yeah, there is the control mage. 2 Anivia games in a row. Seems like this champion's priority has been soaring ever since that tier update, and that makes a lot of sense. The scaling now activating more power for the Anivia. The Mundo into the Set, I do like the way you were thinking here. There is a bit of a question. Set is a tank killer and certainly does more damage based off the HP of the opponent he's ulting. So we'll see if that comes into play. Maybe there's going to be a huge Set ultimate with the Mundo. And they do round it out with a Leona. It was Seraphine mid lane all along.
Bamboozled, dude.
So it's the Ashe Leona. They're going to go for a kill lane a bit. They're going to try to CC up this Varus. And without a flash, certainly going to have a hard time. So Ashe, Leona, both long range engaged champions. Going to be a lot of pressure that is going to be applied to Drunk in this game.
So I actually really like how they're putting the Seraphine in the mid lane. I feel like Seraphine as a champion really excels once she's in a solo lane by herself. The XP, the gold, the ability to navigate this champion, very skill orientated. So you see multiple people will actually tell you, different ways to actually clear the wave on the basically her passive and the abilities that go with this champion. Of course, that Encore has such substantial range that can follow up any CC that comes with it. The Lilia, the Ashe, and of course the Leona is going to be a big talking point in this team fight. But the one thing that they're lacking is that DPS, right? Unless they put all the eggs in the basket of the Lilia here, that Wukong has got a free pass. He goes in Viz and gets into the back lane, kills the Ashe and potentially the Seraphine, and then it's really all on Bambi in that mid lane. And we all know the story of Bambi. It didn't bode too well for the deer. But this is a different state of occasion. And at the same time, I want to go back to the drafted blue side. This is twice now that we've seen a really strong draft coming out from blue side before this actually goes down. And I mean, it looks like a very, very powerful pick. They have so much follow-up, right? The Varus is going to offer the DPS. The Karma is going to offer the buffer, the utility that this team actually needs to get in range. The Anivia is an anti-siege that you can hold back if the game doesn't go your way. And the Mundo, again, once he's got a few items, he can go frontline. And it takes a while to actually kill this champion. And then you got the assassination of the Wukong. So there's a lot of answers on both sides here. It's whoever can make it work.
Yeah, I think both teams have fairly even drafts in this one, Lamb. On the first side, for blue side, Dorado Gaming here, they have that strength in the Varus Karma here. Now they're gonna have the ability to poke out the Leona, because I mean, look, it's 2 pokers versus 1. We all know who's gonna win that one. So they're gonna be able to poke out the Leona, take control of that bot side, and put Ashe in on the back foot. And they have Wukong who can activate the ganks. Does need, probably level 3. Can't really gank as early as other champions. There is a bit of a scaler, but certainly can still gank. They have the Mundo who's gonna scale with the Anivia, so they know where their pressure is gonna go. They can take over and get those dragons, just like Queen's Revenge. Now for New Wave, they do have super scale on their minds. They have the Seraphine Ashe combo. These 2 champions are very good scaling in the late game. I know Ashe isn't seen as a super scaler, but with the Seraphine, does provide a lot of utility and slows, and eventually is able to catch up in 80 carry damage near the late game. Lilia provides lots of damage as well, and they have great frontliners. The Set and Leona to bounce that Seraphine off the ult off of, which is very important for when you think about this champion here.
Yeah.
Question is, are they going to get blown up? If Seraphine has a really good game, is basically, got her 3 items, we'll be able to heal up tons of damage from the side of Dorado. It's not like they have extreme burst. So it's all about that Seraphine. Can Seraphine scale, get in that position to provide a lot of healing? And they can definitely kite out Mundo in this one, Lamb. It's not like the other game. They have lots of slows. Mundo can be slowed. So they can kite the Mundo. They can potentially kite the Wukong. It's going to be all about how they set up. Who gets prio on the dragon? I think that's who's going to set up this game. Not going to rely on the super scaling factor this time, Lamb. I'm ready for my predictions. But first, how about your prediction?
Oh, how the turntables have. All right.
Tighted. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Well, I mean, I like it because I'm a big Karma fan. That's my go-to support. A little bit of bias is Dorado, but I got a sneaky feeling on the other side of it that New World Esports Nova are going to turn up big in this one. So I'm going to side with Reds here. I think that they have enough in the tank to actually get this job done if they get ahead. That Seraphine is going to be the catalyst for this team composition, I feel. If you pair it alongside the Lilia, and of course you have all those peeling factors, you have the Set. As long as that immunity is off the Mundo, you can showstopper him away from the team fight, and then that really lets the rest of the carries go to town. So I'm going to side with New World Esports Nova, and I'm going to ask you the same question, Mr. Crims. Who's going to take this one?
Oh, you know what? I'm going to try to pull ahead of you here, Lamb.
Oh,
And I'm going to side with Dorado Gaming. I think
Traitor.
the team comp is going to spike in that mid game, and it's going to do well. Set can definitely peel the Wukong or the Mundo, but he has to choose one. And so I don't think the scale factor is going to come in. And I do think the Wukong engage with the Mundo will be what ends it. Dorado Gaming is my pick for the win.
well, there can only be one, and there can only be one winner. Both of these teams have been on the opposite side of winning conditions. They've both lost, but ultimately they come into this one. Somebody has to take the win, and there's going to be a loser in this one, unfortunately. Somebody's going to go 0-2, and the other one's going to equal out that. But in order to find out who that is, you need to stay tuned, because right after this break, Titan Esports Winter Invitational between Dorado and New World Esports right after this. Dorado Gaming, Epsilon, New World Esports, Nova, we're back. And I mean, we got a bit of an ambitious invade here. We've seen this in both games already, Crims. It really shows that eventually, on the law of just what's happening, that's got to pay off one time or another. So, I mean, we're 0 for 2 now. 0 for 2.
The law of just happening. I do
Just
appreciate
happening.
that.
We're
law of
making
the
up
universe.
laws right here, right now.
Oh,
Like
the
Isaac
Ryan.
Newton.
Oh, right. snuck up right in the
Orion
bush.
is going to get gravity dropped on his head. First blood over to the mid laner. That's what I'm talking
Ouch.
about.
Well, no one was there watching that one entrance, and that was the one bit of weakness they needed to sneak through here. Oh no, 2 catches in a row. That would be absolutely a nightmare. And that is a flash blown, so they know they could get a very cheeky gank on topside Lamb. So far, both teams already at a mismatch.
Flash is down. Flash down for the Orion, but ultimately the Karma falls. Of course, it's my champion that I'm a big fan of. But anyway, they make it happen. Clearing out division. We're going to see Lilia get on the bot side, start not getting a leash from the bot laner. So that's going to be disguised just a little bit, but there is a ward at her red buff, I believe. Yeah, Wukong just stole away that. So Hybrid Carry already making very aggressive plays. Going to force Seraphine out of the lane here as well.
I think he's just trying to make it straight over to his red buff, trying to take that. That is going to give away his pathing quite a bit. And now they know that he's bot side as well. This is aggressive play.
Oh, that
dude,
Zenith
Agnes
Blade
hits it.
connects, stuns him up as well. DOG drunk, ignited, Pierce Arrow coming out, trying to trade by this. Ultimately, it's a pretty good trade, pretty even. The support for the AD carries held, but that's very favorable for New World Esports Nova.
All right, trading topside. But now I have to say, outside is in a pickle, Lamb, because they have pushed up here, and all the bot side of Epsilon, Dorado Epsilon have to do is just hold it there. And then Hybrid Carry has the perfect gank angle. So now they're trying to get it in, but I don't think they can. And that's going to be an absolute disaster. They have to make a choice, get the farm, or potentially die in a gank. Oh, the wave bounced. They got it.
They still didn't see Wukong. They're probably going to face check this. Hybrid Carry is waiting. Level 3, I believe, on the Wukong as well. Yeah, everything available. Warrior Trickster, you get in range. They're going to get slowed down by the Empowered Q from the Orion. Goes back forward. Icarus flashes away. Ignite going to be dropped on the Leona.
Oh, they
Flash
go for it.
forward to get the
Ignite.
crushing blow. Whoa! That's 2 for 2 in the bot lane. Hybrid Carry making that gank pay.
Lamb, I thought it was going to go well, but not that well. 2-0 picked up on the bot side there. The Orion getting that ignite to finish off the Deuteragonist. That is an excellent first gank for the side of Dorado Epsilon here. And now, Kaler trying to pick up some farm. Another flash being blown. Hybrid Carry trying to carry the game right about now.
Bold Monk Larry, living like Larry, he's going to walk away. Much like that lobster, he's still swimming around down there at Bikini Bottom somewhere. But Lilia, I mean, making the presence felt, making it felt up there in the top lane. Yeah, be known. I mean, there's multiple things that you could probably say there. Encyclopedia not in front of me right now, but we'll work on that. Of course, Tough Daddy on the threat in the mid lane. He might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew. Overstayed. Rebirth not in range of the turret, which means that kill is going to be donated over to Kaler in the jungle.
All right, these teams, they don't just take it on their back. They're going to fight to the tooth. And it looks like they're 2-2. The gold is quite close still. And these teams are just ready to keep punching and slugging at each other. Deuteragon is trying to set up another catch here. As they're watching though, Hybrid Carry and Kaler have been making quite the number of appearances in this cinema. 1-0-1 each. And they're just trying to get control.
Making things happen, much like Varus in that top lane, of course. True damage going to be stacked for the Haymaker if Larry feels like taking that trade. But big wave going to crash there, but Mundo will be able to eat up those minions and eventually come out with the CS lead. Dragon still on the map, and you can see pretty clearly that so far in this game, definitely the emphasis is with New World Esports Nova. They're in complete control, and that kind of reiterates the fact that Lilia is going to start up the dragon here, pull it out, and it's going to be, is that Chemtech Drake? I believe it is. Yes, it is. There goes our observer. I'm sure that was natural, but we'll give Lucan a shout out anyway, baby. Swirl Seed goes out, hits on Drunk. 1500 on that dragon. Surfing going to make the rotation, and Nivea locked in the mid lane, which means that dragon is going to go over to New World.
Yeah, they get it uncontested, barely, as Dorado was barreling towards that dragon. And they're going to safely make it to their lane there. So, nice pickup. They had the pressure bot in mid, and they are able to scoop that up. Larry, though, in a bit of trouble.
Facebreaker, into the showstopper. Where's that haymaker? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee style. Varus want a little bit more. Maximum dosage is too much. It's early on in the game. Good sidestep from Larry. Takes negative damage from the haymaker on set. But you can see that set is a big threat in the top lane of the Mundo. But so far, he's just scaling through this early game.
Yeah, certainly can out-brawl the Mundo, but so far, Mundo is successfully avoiding death. That HP difference, though, Set is certainly going to be using that to his advantage. Man, this bot lane is a brutal poke war here, Lamb. Both teams. I mean, look, they don't want to go 0-2, right? No one wants to go 0-2. They're going to fight for it. And I like that none of these teams are scared. Dorado and New Wave. They are not scared to make plays. And that's what I like to see.
There's 3 up there, Roman to the top. You can see that ward coverage is a pink. It was actually just... No, it's still in that river there, so they know exactly potentially where Lilia is going to be. His hybrid carries up there trying to help Larry push this in, become unfrozen. It is a cannon, so... No, Varus is holding his own here. Lilia just achieved level 6, so level 6 jungler against level 7 top laner, and the Wukong running away here. Swirl Seed goes out, going to tag out Mundo. No invulnerability available. He goes to sleep and gets dunked. Kaylor making that gank. Count the Ramesh, the thumbs up. It was good.
That was very excellent laning by Varus there. You know, I think I've noticed a bit of a name issue. There's a champion with the same name as a player.
Yes.
Oh, barely missing the combo on tough.
Varus in the top lane.
Yeah,
Varus in the bot lane. We got a bit of a 2 Shens, 2 Varus situation. Varus.
W2F2 Varuses.
One plays slightly different to the other one.
Oh, the Ryan walking into 2.
He's gonna get tagged up by the Leona. The CC's just a little bit better. Okay, Blast goes on back, flash over the wall, gonna be followed. Stunned up. That's a commit from Icarus right there and makes it count. Channel Crest Arrow gets cleansed away. Good reactions from DOG Drunk there. Pierce Arrow looking to trade a little bit more. Icarus going low, down to 10%. Oh, when you walk away, ultimately the Ash gets the kill.
Yeah, that was a huge chunk coming out from Drunk there. Able to fight back and potentially save this lane here. Has to be able to safely push this out. The wave is going opposite, and Kaylor is there. Spilling blood in the water. Can certainly pick up a kill if he's not safe. Bald Monk Larry does get the bounce here. Varus is going to let it go through. So Mundo safe another couple waves. Hybrid carry going to be clearing out some vision. And we're looking at 1:30 till the next dragon. And that might just be an explosion of action here, man.
It's always going to be a talking point. I mean, 10 minutes into the game, I rightly said that in that last game, we've certainly seen some big fights over the dragon. You see the 2 Titanic top laners battle it out once again. And Larry, I don't know if you need to address that. A monk will be bold, but it's in his name anyway. Tends to come with the occupation. But that lane now unfrozen, so it's not too bad for him, right, Crims? It's going to bounce back eventually here. Might take a little bit more, but he might need some assistance if he wants that to ultimately come back to a neutral state.
And Wolf support is not level 6 yet. So they don't have the Leona ult engaged just yet for this fight. Gonna need to pick it up somewhere. Both these supports duking it out right now for that vision. I hope they both go to lane. Varus, I think he's going for it, Lamb.
Showstopper. That may as well be a German suplex because here comes the rest of it. Flash forward, misses the haymaker, but still gets the reset. It's going to be a solo bolo in the top lane for Varus.
Yeah, somehow Varus had a solo bolo on the top side. Chain of Corruption landing
Drunk.
on Icarus.
He might not need any help with this. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes back, but the piercing arrow is going to secure the kill, and the opposing AD carry, and the Karma gets in on the assist as well.
All right, new wave, though. Look at this. They've completely ditched the dragon, even though they have superior vision. And they're just going to go ahead and say, we're going to take the Rift Herald. Unfortunately, Icarus in that plan does go down. Could have been safely farming under turret. And now with this Rift, oh, they're going for this on Wukong. They didn't know where he is.
That's a sleep on the Monkey King as Lilia goes forward. Merlin in the vicinity too. Cyclone going to get deleted. Wukong, that wasn't a fight you wanted to get. Solar Flare going to slow up. Old Monk Larry. Larry in a lot of trouble. And Deuterogonist will walk away with a slither of health.
Yeah, barely making it out of there. And now, perfect Rift Herald placement. They're absolutely smashing the top side. They wanted to set up for Varus. And so far, I think he deserves it with that solo bolo, giving him the Rift Herald as well to snowball this top side. He's going for that blade of the Rune King as well. And that's definitely going to be taking a chunk out of that Mundo health bar. So far, Dorado have not responded with the dragon. They could have went for that trade, but they tried to contest, and now they get neither, Lamb.
2300 is that gold lead in favor of New World Esports Nova as they're trying to make it count. Look at the top, look at the jungle. Across the board, the Ashe isn't quite up there with the rest of the team yet, but still that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you better believe that Icarus is going to use that in full effect for any picks that they can get, and that makes that vision game, Crims, oh so important.
Oh, when they see each other.
Deuterogonist, I mean, it is a Leona, so you don't want to commit too much onto her. She can buy a lot of time if you are to engage onto that champion, but it looks like we're going to get a contest here for this dragon.
Okay, new wave. They're on here first, and they have excellent pick champions. If someone walks in too early, like Drunk.
Oh, he cleanses the arrow, but the rest of the team are going to follow straight back on him. He actually gets Piercing Arrow off, and Wukong will come today the AD carry, even though he falls there. Icarus healing back, getting the arrows off. There goes the wall from the Anivia. He's secure, disengaged, but they're still following it up. Tough Daddy.
Icarus,
How tough is he going to be here? Flash forward, going to be stunned up by the Leona. Ultimate comes out, he's trying to get any further pathing from the Ashe, but Rebirth's going to be procced there. Orient can just sit and watch as Anivia is just beaten to a pulp scrambled egg, baby. And that dragon is going to be available. The wards are still there and they're pretty low, so it might be risky.
Yeah, tough. Turned into a pincushion at the end there. Icarus, excellent position and kiting as well. Was able to get lots of auto attacks down and was able to turn that fight in their favor. Getting the catch onto Drunk was what secured them that excellent position as well. And then Deuteragonist was peeling Hybrid like perfect.
Oh, Hybrid carry goes
steal?
across the wall. He steals the Dragon Cyclone activate. Hold on! Piercing Arrow tags up two. This might be a clean sweep. Gonna put the Varus to sleep here. Not Varus, gonna be the AD carry. This time Kaylor gets stunned up. Orient follows that up with a stun. Still looking for a little bit more. Can he get the Inspire to boost them up? But Lilia is just too fast. But they get paid for that Dragon take. They equal it out.
And yeah, that reset timing there, Dorado, because of how long that fight was extended, they were able to get Hybrid back to the Dragon in time. And what a disaster that was able to steal it right under them. And then even on top of that, secure themselves a good fight. However, Dorado, that was a clutch play, but they're nowhere out of the fire just yet. Look at this gold lead, 3K ahead for New Wave. They are certainly in a good spot. Deuteragonist catching the Orion again.
There's the arrow as well, paired well with the CC from Leona. Everything just can't move. How many times do you think the Orion just clicked the mouse there? I mean, it didn't really matter because you were locked up for days. They throw away the key and they pick up a freebie off that very lackadaisical back. That's to be said, Kaylor. Maybe looking for Larry. Oh, that ghost. Yeah, Mundo will see you later. Is Deuterogonist going to find a Hybrid carry? He's skipped that queue, trying to get on the Icarus.
The kiting. Yeah.
Teleport's coming in too. This is actually Varus going to join the rest of the team in the bot here. Dragon 3.5 away, so interesting teleport coming down from the set, but Lilia is up there to cover.
Yeah, they're going to roam the set down. I guess they really want this turret. They're playing away from the Rift Herald, but that is a minute and 30 away. Duragonus fearlessly trying to get vision in front of Hybrid. Is that a mistake, though?
Oh, Varus, showstopper. We see a fight on two fronts there. Leona baits out really nicely. That's a flash away from Drunk to get out with the Haymaker, but he's still followed up by the set. Secures the kill, and they're going to see the Wukong fall as well as Ash gets on the board again. 5th kill of the game. Varus going to bait the face breaker back on the Orion, followed up by Merlin. Made the roam down here, sees the rest of the gang, and will secure that one. The electrocute proc goes off and kills the Karma. They might be looking for a little bit more. Tough Daddy, okay, he doesn't have enough damage to actually take down the set. He'll walk that one out, and they'll claim that bot outer turret.
Yeah, Varus walks right out of there, and Merlin with that electrocute proc shocked me. I didn't think it was going to kill there, but all of a sudden came right through. Now they have a perfect setup on this Rift Herald here. They're just stringing together W's one right after another. Dorado falling farther and farther behind. Kaler going to go ahead and do the BM steal in the face of Hybrid as well. Had a great start, but now all these overforced engages and skirmish scenarios are making him fall behind. Look at these bounties across the board. 300, 200, and 2 150s. They're going to play for this Rift Herald. They don't want to give over these bounties, but it's certainly looking like a lock that they're going to pick up this next objective.
5,000 is
on the
that
side.
goal lead. Still
Has
climbing. Oh, they bait out the Mundo ultimate right there. So Mundo will walk away from that one for now, but Shelly going to be the next focus for New World Esports Nova. They haven't put a foot wrong in this game so far. Crims, they've looked very good for the lead.
Yeah, it's looking like your prediction is quite good here. They're going to burn. Oh, it looks like they tried to take the Rift Herald, but they shied away from it last moment. And now both teams are squaring up here. This could be a 5v5.
5v4 right now. Persephone still making her way back up the mid lane. They've commit all the CC onto the Karma set. Will pick up the kill. Cyclone's going to be activated on Icarus. I believe Deuteragonist is in a lot of trouble back there. He will flash out and he will still get out. That's good healing coming back. That's a double kill going over to the set. Onto the top lane. Varus having the time of his life. That's going to be the triple kill. Set up. Can the rest of the team collapse here? Haymaker goes wide, but they will disengage. A clean triple going over to NWE Varus, with Shelly surely going to be into their pocket now.
That was clean. They go ahead, sweep that up with no losses on their end. Tried to walk through that choke, and then Dorado completely punished by New Wave. That engage from Deuteragonist, and Icarus is looking very deadly here. It looks like no one can walk up without the Mundo in tow, so they're going to have to think about who's going to be walking in and getting vision, because so far the Orion has just been getting punished and no one's helping them.
Yeah, Leona is just very fearless. And you notice that this flash, every time it's available, it goes off the cooldown almost instantly. Any opportunity there is for Deuteragonist to get in on the action makes it happen time and time again, and paired up rightly so, Crim said, with Icarus. That enchanted crystal arrow means that you're not going to move for a very long time, and you can see in the inventories those Mercury treads are starting to come through, and it's understandable why. But there's that Leona going to cross the wall again. That's the clone that's going to fall from the Wukong, but ultimately that spells the end of any contest, and that third dragon of the game actually is going to go over in New World Esports Nova.
Yeah, they're going ahead to pick up that 2-1 dragon score. Now, nothing's really sold for this game just yet, but we're getting close to that point here. Big decisions are going to be made, and Team Blue or Red are going to be the victors here. This next dragon is going to be very important, as well as this Baron coming up. I think the New Wave is certainly strong enough to go for that Baron right now. I would like for them to pull the trigger while they have such great control over the game. They got all the outer turrets down, and it seems like if they want to end this early here, they can go for that Baron.
I have a quick glance of the inventories actually coming through these itemization. 2 Leandres. Now, I believe that Leandres, does it stack here, Crims?
No, they don't really get the double burns here. So it is a little
Okay.
bit minus on the efficiency side. But they do
Okay.
both get bonus damage for themselves on the Leondri's passive. So it's not all doom and gloom there.
So even with the inventory, the way they are, I mean, Rylai's is a really interesting pickup from Kaler. Really trying to set up those sleeps for the rest of the team to follow up and make sure if you can get back in there, you're not going to get the enemy away so that you can get everybody together. Now, Mundo hasn't fared too well in this game again, Crims, but we know also well, even though the goal lead is, it's just under 7,000 here for the side of New World Esports Nova, that eventually you have to end the game. And in order to do that, the macro game has to be on point. So now this Baron is available. You want to see them take it and start to crack open the rest of the map here.
Yes, and they have excellent champions to set up a pick around this Baron. They did it before in that Rift Hill. They can do it again here. Deuteragonist might have taken a step too far.
Yeah, that confidence is definitely expelling from the Leona. Zenith played back onto the Mundo to try and get out with this one. Gets tagged up by the briefcase. The rest of the team are here. They're in the tunnel, though. Dodging the Encore. Actually, the cleanse came out from the Virus to dodge that. Pierce Narrow goes through and will claim the life of the Leona. This looks pretty advantageous here for Dorado if they want the rest of this Kalar under a little bit of threat. But look at the speed that just comes out of Lilia. It's just impossible to keep up with that champion. They get the pick, but that's enough to negate any position on that Baron. So that vision game going to be also important going forward here.
Yeah, Deuteragonist didn't have support of his team. Walked in like it was no problem. And that was to his own detriment there. That's going to go ahead and stall for the next objective. 2 minutes on the clock on this Dragon. And that's going to give Dorado some time to plan their next execute to secure the safety of the game for them. Don't want to be dropping 0-2. And it's going to ride on this next Dragon. If they pick it up, it's going to be one more step to their victory. If they lose it, that just might be the game here. Drunk getting that prio in the mid lane, getting that safe farm. So far is on that 2-item spike, and that's going to be a huge burst of damage for the Varus. Is ahead of the Ashe so far due to the CS despite all the kills here. So Drunk has potential.
How many times have we seen this before? Now that
that's too
clone,
many.
Deuteragonist, he just doesn't care about anything. Whether the team's there or not, he's going in all guns blazing. But pay attention again. I want to direct your attention to the inventory. Stopwatch just picked up for Lilia, which means that Kaler looking for that massive engage that might potentially end this game. This game right now is on a standstill. That one fight could really dictate whether or not this game swings either way here, Crimson. Honestly, it's very hard to actually come up with who will actually win this game. I mean, the goal lead is certainly there, and the itemization you can see here as well. But again, that macro game, the delay of the game is certainly with this one so far. I mean, we're only 24 minutes into the game. Baron being started up. This is a smart play. You want to get this over and done with if you're in an advantageous position.
Oh, it's half HP. They're peeling off. It was just a bait. And now they're pulling multiple members into this river. And they get the pick. I think they are wise on the side of Dorado. They don't face check in, burn too many times. However, that doesn't mean they have vision on the Dragon. 20 seconds in, and they still have no way into that river. And they don't want to face check blind. Oh, wait, the trade?
The trade-off.
Oh, this could be big. This could give them opportunity. It's going to close their window from the side of Dorado, but the trade means that they have an opportunity to get a lot of gold back in.
Getting off the Dragon. They're getting off the Dragon. The teleport's been committed. Debate for a debate. They're actually going to turn on the Varus here. He gets the flash and the teleport out of the top laner. I mean, mental warfare, certainly a magnitude in this game. Cyclone goes over, but Varus will walk away when they get the teleport, they get the flash, and both objectives, they still stand for now. But Lilia left alone on that Dragon.
Oh, I don't think they should have peeled off. I really think the coin flip was not a bad plan. It could have paid dividends, but they peel off, and now they don't get anything on the board. Now, they didn't risk anything, but they didn't get anything, and they lost this Dragon. That's the 3 Dragon sweep. And now we're looking at them getting a Hex Soul. And if they get the Baron, that is going to be lights out. Dorado, they're making a heavy push to secure the vision. They know that if this Baron goes down, very likely that they lose the game. And Kalar What is Kalar doing?
That Gromp, wrong side of the map too. Solar Flare
Woo.
goes down, actually whiffs. Tags up
Lucky,
Hybrid carry. But that's a big cooldown for this Baron fight, already gone from the Leona.
Oh, Bald Monk. I was going to say Blind Monk. Bald Monk Larry ghosting in. I mean, he could be blind. It's even if it's not in his description.
So not only is he bald, he's blind too. I mean, it's just looking
Maybe he's just old.
Larry
Maybe
this
he's just
year.
old.
Maybe he's just old, yeah.
Monk.
They're starting off the Baron here, Crims.
They do have position now. Larry's taking so much damage, though, from Baron.
Taylor,
if they can pull this
Larry,
off.
yeah. Maximum dosage just popped right now. And Channel Cristaro sails across, gets nothing. Jump going to be jumped on by the Leona, but all the action is inside the pit. The Baron's going to be on the next one. Stace going to be popped by Lilia. That Wukong secures the Baron. Favorable fight, maybe. Are the tides turning right here? It looks like it is. As Anivia gets his shutdown onto Ashe and Merlin. They flash away. They get the Baron here. Crims, oh my god, another turnaround.
Dorado, they stop the backs, and that means that they are not taking an optimal fight from the side of New Wave here, so they're forced to return to contest. The delays, the mispositions from Kalar result in that Baron, and Varus, no TP, was stuck in the bot side. If he wanted to roam up, it would be quite some time before he could affect the team fight, and they get the Baron. Dorado, this is your chance. You have to get that bag. You need the money to win this game.
Money, money, money. No Vince McMahon, though. So, that turret's still under siege. Will they stay around for that? No, they won't. They won't actually stay around for that turret to go down, so they opt to get the back off. And you see those items starting to come through as well. Chemtech, Putrifier, coming through for Karma. And these are all going to aid and abet everything that they have to do, because now they've cut that goal lead. I believe it was 7,000. Now we're looking at about 4,000. But what can they do with this Baron? Where are they going to go here?
It does put a question in my mind. They don't want to fight right now. That would be maximum strength for New Wave. They want to split up. Oh, wait, look at that arrow landing. No one in position to challenge. But they have Mundo on the
Look
top
at Mundo,
side.
yeah, that's a good point.
Bald blind monk Larry on the top side. That engage is questionable.
Shirelia's battle song was activated, and Cyclone.
Oh, wait a minute. Hybrid did pick up a
Merlin
kill.
go low. Encore actually goes wayward. So, doesn't even matter. Hybrid carry still following back on the Icarus. Might go around the corner and jump back on the Kalar. If he falls here, they're under siege, they're under pressure. Soul Flare goes down because Deuteragonist on the wrong side of that team fight. Being chased away, blasting cone to safety over to the blue buff. Icarus going low, Hybrid going to go across the wall with a flash. Orion tanking, everybody tanking the turret. They forgot about the wave. Zenith Blade back on a Hybrid carry, looking to walk this one out. He will with the Inspire coming through from Karma, but they're going to get the siege onto the second tier in the mid lane.
Lamb, they got the bag, the gold is even, and now they're picking up a kill on Icarus as well. Complete steamroll from this Baron, and they're not making the right decisions on New Wave. Varus gonna try to go for a hero play.
Yeah, that's a Hail Mary. Showstopper in the air, but Varus gets a kill. Living like Larry, baby. He's left in waits. Oh, he's backing out. He says there's too many people here. I'm just gonna hit the road, Jack. And it looks like they're going to back here, and they've got significant gold in their pocket. Look at that gold lead. They have it for the first time in this game.
Lamb, are you on the edge of your seat here? Because these predictions have now just been completely tossed up. Dorado making a lot of good plays in the last 5 minutes. That Baron was absolutely huge, and also a little bit of desperation plays from the side of New Wave have given them the opportunity to take this last dragon fight. Hybrid. Oh, they're going for it.
Still going to go to sleep here. Hybrid carry under a little bit of pressure. Kayla goes
Oh,
forward, but has to
Merlin.
get it back out of there. They're going to re-engage back on the Merlin. Seraphine already off the board. Larry leading the charge, but more importantly, 5 seconds on that next dragon. This is the power of Mundo. 3 items strong. He's a big, beefy boy. Maximum dosage, I believe, is not even available right now, and he's still so tanky. Hawkshot will see the dragon spawn, but they're going to start it up here, and they'll be able to melt it. Look at that Trump wall coming out. Tough Daddy running for president, and Zenith Blade, oh, it doesn't connect. The blasting cone gets AD carried the opposite way. Drunk gets the cleanse back out. Patiently weighing Varus in the middle of it. Deuteragonist, they're getting collapsed on. Showstopper on the rest of the team. Varus goes low. He's going to be deleted. Traded over for the Monkey King. Larry walking away. Kaylor still does a lot of damage. Doesn't get that connection he was looking for. His Orion walking away. Doesn't get slowed down by the Ash. Still following up. Zendibly going to go forward. Leona throws. He goes wide just like bowling. It's going to be called a spare. Icarus goes down. This whole momentum is changing. And they got a mid wave ready to siege on that mid lane inhibitor.
New Wave, they completely threw away all the leads they garnered in the early game, and now Merlin caught out again. And that's another kill to Drunk. This Varus and Anivia proving quite deadly. And I have to say, Lamb, these Karma speed-ups are really helping out the team, getting in position, picking up the kills, chasing down team opponent members like
look
Kaylor.
at Larry. Look at Larry.
Look at
He's
blind
just
old Larry here.
blind old monk Larry doesn't care. Chunks that turret down half health. That's business strats. Good side step from Drunk there. Otherwise, Kaylor might be able to follow that up. And what a swing. We've seen it in game one. And the obvious winner doesn't look too obvious here, Crimson. We can't count anybody out. These guys are putting on a clinic.
Yeah, after that Baron, everything's been looking on the up. If you bought Dorado stocks right before the Baron, you're a happy person right now. Look at those gains. 56K compared to the 54K of New Wave here. Dorado, they certainly have earned their shot back into this game. And now, 20 seconds away from the Baron, they have an opportunity to win the game. They have the inhib giving them lots of pressure. And look at this 5v5 in the mid lane.
This is desperation. Facebreaker connects on the Mundo. Encore only hits the Mundo. Actually going to go
Encore's
back on the Varus. Doesn't have the cleanse right now, but Varus going to be against Varus. Actually, the Drunk going to walk back. He hits Facebreaker back in. But look at that wall positioning from Anivia. Cuts off the rest of the team. There's no follow-up. And now they're turning it up as they completely obliterate Deuterog and Esberg. Engaging. Oh, Anivia, tough daddy. They catch out the Ash. They catch out the AD carry. And the Baron is on the map.
That is a Chad wall right there. Flash Anivia wall catching out too. Tough Daddy. We had Dami Mommies earlier, and now Tough Daddy is here in this game, and they look like they've secured themselves a Baron, completely zoning Kaylor. It's going to be tough for him to get in. Doesn't get over the wall, and now this Baron, they're 5K ahead. If you told me Dorado would be 5K ahead at 33 minutes, Lamb, I would have said that is BS.
I would have agreed with you. Honestly, I've heard of Puff Daddy, but I've never heard the Tough Daddy, but now I have. He is putting on a show with these walls. Level 18 now on the Anivia. 3 items in inventory. Actually, Seeker's Arm Guard just picked up as well, so the Zonius is going to come through. You're going to get 2 chances at it for the Anivia. And right now, it looks like New World Esports Nova, they're out of ideas here, Crims. How do they contain this monumental snowball that keeps coming at them?
Yeah, and it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's going to be harder to stop. I do think they need to calm down for just a moment. You were talking about being zen. Well, they need to play that Tibetan music right now, because I think they're losing it. They might have choked away this game. Don't feel the pressure to make these desperation plays. It's really burning you. And Hybrid, wow. Okay, well, he doesn't get
he gets it.
He doesn't get punishment
it.
for it, but
yeah, he get what he came for. He got paid. He's just walking away. He's enjoying the occasion, even though the Lilia Kaylor certainly put on a show for everybody. It's just fallen a little bit short behind as they look to siege on the second tier in the bot lane.
Varus is walking up. Definitely looked like he was going for the engage. Gets peeled off quite easily. Oh, there! Hits a drunk cleanse right away. The QSS coming in clutch.
Yeah, not cleanse. QSS actually picked up for Drunk there, so the itemization from the Virus on point. They
Double
know they have to
CC
try and kill
clear.
him.
Oh, doesn't want to get caught out. Hybrid, though, clones away. Yeah, cleanse and QSS, man. Definitely does not want to be caught out, and he's not going to let that opportunity happen.
Absolutely not, and I believe Leona went back on it. Hybrid carry will walk away now. Merlin, Merlin gone! Tough Daddy secures the kill onto the Seraphine, and Larry just going toe-to-toe with Varus. Does he have the ultimate? No, he does not. He gets solo killed by Larry. He's pulling the whole squad up there. And that allows them to siege on the bot side. They're tearing them apart here, Grims. They put Larry to sleep, but he's just having a good time in that top lane.
Yeah, Mundo don't care. They get 2 inhibs off of this as well. Mid inhibs taking down. They get all 3. I don't think that Hybrid should be going for this dragon because there's a game to win, Lamb.
Oh, Icarus flashes away, so Larry will go down here eventually. Both next turrets going to be down as well, but Inspire Mantra coming out from the Karma. Pierce Narrow almost taking Taylor down, but it's going to be a re-engage. Solar Flare goes down as well. Durogonist trying to delay the inevitability that his team's about to lose this game. He will fall. Merlin comes out, the wall goes up. The Nexus about to go down, and that means that the Dorado Gaming Epsilon will win their first game in this Invitational.
This Titan League is looking absolutely stacked. Lamb, 2 back-to-back close bangers of a game. You can't ask for anything better on day 1 if this is just a preview to what's to come, Lamb. This might be the best league I've ever seen. 2 comebacks in 1 day, in 2 hours. The teams, they look like they were out. The 3 Dragon Stack, the Dragon Soul from earlier, they turn it around off the Baron plays. Do not mess around with this Baron, Lamb, is what we're learning today. You can throw your entire game off 1 play.
Did we just see an instant replay? I mean, look in, bring up those damage charts, baby. I need to see what the damage was going out from Tough Daddy in that game, because I tell you, that glacial storm from the Anivia, everybody was fighting over it like it was quicksand. The combinations, he blew up everybody. The electrocute procced. We've seen it numerous times, even early on in the game, and he did insane things. But even drunk, I mean, there's an argument to be made that across the board, they look really good. I mean, it's only 23,000, and actually Mundo came close to doing the most damage. And not to be surprised that Lilia tops the damage charts here, Crims, but it just wasn't enough, even though Kaylor had a really good game.
Yeah, if we look at the damage charts, it's going to be a little bit of a lie, and then they did do that damage, but it was to Mundo. Has a lot of HP to chunk through, so that is why they have the better numbers. But, man, New World Esports, you had the game. You were primed to win it. And that Baron play was just such a turnaround. And Drunk, as you were talking about, was able to pull the damage through, pull his team across with that Anivia Tough Daddy with the Chad plays. How many times did he catch out Merlin? How many times did he get the cues in the right spots? And
phenomenal.
I have to say, it was an absolute phenomenal game, as you're saying. I think they just need a little bit of a warm-up because Dorado, they really turned on the Jets right after.
Well, I mean, it's putting on a highlight for Titan. This isn't even the regular season. This is the Invitational, shaping up very nicely. We've seen 2 comebacks of the century. I mean, they must have known that me and Crims were coming on tonight, because I tell you what, I have to agree with my colleague here that this is shaping up to be some season. But we have one more game, potentially, coming up after this, but we're going to get back to Stefu on the analyst desk once we get back from this break. So don't go anywhere, because the third game, I mean, it could follow the other 2. We don't know. Stay tuned.
engage right from the start. Really interesting matches between four different teams that have showed us that our casters have an amazing knack of voting for the team that is going to win and then lose in the last 10 minutes of the game. Welcome everyone to Game 3 of the Conquerors League Invitational of the winter season. Today I'm here, Steph, our amazing production crew is solely armed by an army of really brownie, amazing men and looking. So, let's get started right away because we need to talk about a team that we have not seen on stream today, and it's going to be the guys over at, and I need a spreadsheet to actually remember the full name, which is Team Ambition Day Spa, or TADS for short. And these guys are showing Selectric, Keiser Coolness, Dark Ranker, dude, come on, what's those couplings of letters? Onborn Quality, and Adam. So in the side of Selectric, we have characters like Seraphine, Gnar, Pantheon, Hecarim, and Volibear. On the side for Keiser Coolness, the jungler, we have Rek'Sai, Jarvan, Elise, Diana, and Zac. We have on Dark Wencray. I'm going to say the name worse every single time as we go through this specific time. We are seeing Diana, Victor, Oriana, and also Yone and Twisted Fate. A jack of all trades, you could sort of say. And on Unborn Quality, we have Vayne, Seri, Kaisa, Jinx, and Lucian as possible picks that they can have for the lane, but on the side of Adam, here's where the bans are going to be 100% guaranteed, or looking gives you back your money. Okay, so we have Renata Glask, Seraphine, Swain, and Karma. Very well defined characters, but currently, this guy has been playing a lot of Renata Glask, at least 10 different games in the last couple of days, meaning that this man could be a threat on the character. But right now, we already talked about the guys of Queen's Revenge, and right now, what they need to look forward to actually repair their mistakes that they had against emotional damage is going to be that, well, they need to conceal their leads. They lost that first game because they didn't pressure enough, and it came about a moment where Jax by itself wasn't able to carry everything, and the team just steamrolled back. What they need to look forward to is to conceal their objectives, be constant on how they engage and siege the enemy opponents, and mostly don't look for fights when you don't need them. That's like the most important aspect of it. But right now, it's time to go to scale back, go forward, and talk with our casters.
Oh, baby. This one, Crims, there's a few people that we are actually aware of going into this one. I don't know about you, but I've got a vivid memory of a couple of them in here.
Oh yeah, I think quite clearly we know each other. There's history, right? There's some past history between some of the members of Team Ambition and us. And well, I'm wondering if they're going to be pulling their same old tricks, Lamb. What do you think?
Spin the wheel, baby, because what does wheels do? They keep going forward, depending if there's a reverse or if there's a clutch. I mean, completely depends upon the build, but we know if it's from an ambition point of view that they are a winning organization. They're very renowned for their crazy association with different lanes, just throwing people into a lane, calling it good, and then walking away with championships. We've known this. We've seen this so many times. And I kind of want to touch on somebody else that's kind of popped up here. Adam, we've seen him floating around, I believe, before. I
Yeah,
think.
there's some risen
Yeah.
players here.
Yeah. So a couple of relatively new people to us, but of course there's always familiar faces in the amateur circuit because we all work in Twine, and of course there's many tournaments that you can take part in. It means that you can obviously reap the rewards if you're successful. But the picks and banning phase is underway already. Now we've already seen Psychopather, has to be said, that Jax. Do we want to see that again? Do you think that Team Ambition take that away from him? I think so.
Yeah, I think the Jax was absolutely deadly And if it weren't for a couple of factors, Psychopather would have definitely taken over that game. So good thing that they already know about that. They have the knowledge unlocked, so they can prepare. They don't necessarily have to ban it. They could counter matchup instead. All right, Team Ambition ban Timo. Is that dude? Is Lamb? Are they doing it?
It's happening again. It's happening again. Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing here. This is methodical. This is premeditated. It's Team Ambition stuff, right? And for anybody that's not familiar, again, we'll reiterate. These guys just pick and ban whatever they want and they make it work. So expect something a little bit crazy. But meanwhile, on the other side for Queen's Revenge here, they're on the back of a loss. That they were so in control of Crims. They were so close, but they just forgot to close out the game.
Yeah, it just somehow escaped their mind that there was a game to play here. Wow, Caitlyn's open as well. Team Ambition, I would assume you go ahead and set up that Caitlyn lane because... Oh, is this going to be like a Vayne flex pick top? I mean, you can counter either way, and I think Jax does not actually do that well into Vayne Lamb. Vayne can successfully peel away the Jax, so if that's what they're thinking about with this Vayne pick here, with potential flex top, is an interesting thing to do. Twitch can be picked here. Twitch can also beat the Vayne, but Vayne will eventually scale as she does. And that true damage is basically unmitigatable. So we'll see if they have a support pick that's going to help this Twitch smash this bot lane. I do think they're flexing it, though. Otherwise, why would you blind it with a Caitlyn straight open?
Oh, man. I mean, flex to where? Because now Zac is locked in. And, of course, can Zac be flexed up in the top lane? Potentially, but you really want to see the Zac going in the mid. I mean, we're seeing just picks coming through really quickly here. Evelyn GP, there's not enough to even describe the champions in this one. Here, Crims is there on their third pick before we reach the second phase of the banning. And you can maybe see the logic behind picking the Vayne here because you see the Gwen picked away, which means that maybe Team Ambition are opting for a tank in that top lane. So the Vayne would make sense here, but now the GP, they've showed their hand very early on.
You know, I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of trickery. There's going to be a lot of smoke and mirrors here. Gangplank's going mid lane. That's what I'm thinking.
Maokai.
Here it is.
It got through. It got through.
You know, I'm surprised Varus is not going to be making it to this game here. So far, was seen in both the games previous. And now, it might be looking like not even a Varus pick here. This ASOL pick seems kind of like a throwaway. I think Team Ambition's having fun.
I mean, would that seem like them? Yes, it would. ASOL going to be banned away. Obviously, let's just go over the Evelyn. So until level 6, that's when you get that perma invis and you can really try and influence every other lane. Twitch obviously has his invisibility of his own. That ambush can come through and can really set up that spray and pray focused with the Zac and the Maokai. That's a lot of setup for the Twitch to actually try and take over this game.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want. The Maokai holding down targets for Twitch to shoot. As a gallery, the Yuumi going to be banned away. That would pair nicely with the Twitch, but I think they also want to deny it from the Vayne. But yeah, Twitch Yuumi is very strong. It's one of those combos like the Zeri Yuumi. Right when Yuumi activates that ultimate, it's going to be an absolute shootout. Lulu taken away, so both these supports very strong with the current 80 carries. Although, Lamb, I'm still holding out for trickery. I think Vayne top, Gangplank mid. I think the team is trying to get a up in the lane phase here from Queen's Revenge.
Are we seeing a Team Ambition strat coming through from Queen's Revenge here?
Yeah, that would be very Team Ambition. You are correct.
We're just going to 180. I mean, how are the turntables? It's like that meme with
Zach's
the Spider-Man.
Support. Yeah, Zach's support. Okay, here we go. Elise.
Wow.
Elise mid lane.
Wow,
No, Elise mid lane. Don't. No, this is not.
No, don't do it.
This is not happening. It's Elise mid lane. Oh no, Elise support. I've seen that before. There is a lot of flex potential from the side of Team Ambition. They could go any which way. I've seen Twitch support as well. Don't, you know, you got to hold out until you're in the game, right, Lamb? Team Ambition, don't believe what is in front of your eyes. They will switch it on a dime. Cassante pretty much confirms Vayne is not going top lane here. I'm still holding out for Gangplank mid, or is Queen Revenge actually just going to play standard?
Well, that would certainly dictate it because, I mean, GP very long time ago was actually listed in a default support role in League of Legends, and that confirms that he is not going to return there as the orange Scurvy Pirate is probably going to go to the mid lane and take refuge up against, who will it be? I mean, the Elise is sitting there, the Zac sitting there. Makai jungle, Zac top, Elise jungle. I don't know. I mean, it's all up in the air as it usually is with Team Ambition. How many times did we do this, Crims, in the final, and then we see how Yorick get locked in? I don't know. Nope.
When predicting Team Ambition drafts is like, I don't know. It's like it's like rolling a dice. It's like rolling dice. You just never know what
or
you're
spinning
gonna
a
get.
wheel.
You know, that might be exactly what it is. But we know you don't know where it comes from. There's obviously some hive mind in Team Ambition's headquarters facilities. It's an AI system that they use to activate these picks, and somehow they pull out a win at the end of the day. So I think Yorick's pretty much settled in top lane. But now we have to put the puzzle together here, Lamb. Where do you think these laners are going to go?
I was never good with puzzles, but I'll give this one a go. Certainly, I think that Twitch is for sure going to be the AD carry. Now, imagine in in an alternate world is Yorick AD carry. I mean, these are the things that Team Ambition brings out, right? We said it so many times that this organization, they literally play for fun, but they play to win at the same time. So Twitch, I think, goes AD carry.
That's an oxymoron. You can't do both.
Okay, well, do you know what? This is whatever I want it to be, Crims, all right? Let me do my thing. Just let me live my life. Makai goes into the jungle here,
Okay.
and I think it's going to be Elise mid. I think it's going to be Elise mid for sure. And then I think I already mentioned that Zac
Right,
goes
so
to
Zac
the support.
support?
I don't know.
That's a
I'm
good
pretty
theory.
sure I tripped over and I said that somebody was going two places at once. So yeah, it's all up in the air. I mean, if you want to ask me about Queen's Revenge, I'm more than happy to answer where those champions are gonna go.
No, I'm not asking about them at all.
Bet.
I'm not. I don't. We're not talking about. Stop trying to get away from your ideas here. So I do think that. Oh, you know, I want to say Elise support because that'd be the craziest one, right? That'd be the craziest one from Team Ambition. So it makes me lean in that direction. But I like Zach's support idea as well. So we're just gonna have to toss it up. We're gonna have to toss it up. I think. Oh, you know what?
No,
You know what,
no.
Lamb?
Okay,
You know what, Lamb?
wait.
Team Ambition like to play kill lane.
Yes.
To play kill lanes. This is gonna be a kill lane. Now, what's gonna be in the kill lane? That is a good question. I think it's gonna be Zac plus Elise, and then Maokai jungle, Yorick top. And that means Twitch is mid.
Well, what I am gonna say, right? We're gonna kind of go over both of these teams and try and get a prediction, but no spoilers on this one. It is what it is. I mean, the wheel
Lamb
has been
reading into
spun.
the future here.
Yes, absolutely, I am. So, I mean, looking at these compositions, actually, let's go over to Queen's Revenge because that makes more sense to me, right? We can actually make a better, I guess, prediction on what these champions are going to do here. Now, we've seen Imlay Acid on a early game jungler like Xin Zhao. Now he's got a little bit of a different task on hand because Evelyn isn't really that early game jungler, right? If you're ganking before level 6 on Evelyn, you need to make it count. Otherwise, you lose a lot of the pressure that you can potentially get by rushing that level 6, right?
Evelyn is really tough because you do want to farm, but also you want to accelerate through ganking as well. So maybe, yeah, you want to make at least 1 or 2 ganks and you're totally solid, and then you just farm the rest of the way. Then you hit level 6, and then you could take over the map when you complete your first item. So I generally kind of agree with what you're saying there, Lamb.
Okay, perfect. Moving on. I mean,
okay. All right.
it's-
I gave you a compliment, and then you're like, "I'll take it," and then you didn't want to
Yes.
go further.
Yes, I'm not gonna reiterate the fact. Okay, yeah, good prediction there. But I want to take your attention to the mid lane. So the mid lane right now, I've not seen
Oh,
Cassante
no.
really put there. So GP will probably find his way into the mid lane. So GP mid lane isn't actually that bad. It's a very short lane, which means that those barrel chains can be also more effective But if you can play this champion correctly, that's the other big question mark over this champion, right? And what the pressure that you can exude in that mid lane, because ultimately GP is a really big scaling champion that does a lot of damage, but you can't be on that gray screen simulator for most of the game.
Yeah, you need to be in lane farming, getting your trinkets. I forget what it's called. That you could use to spend to upgrade your ultimate.
Monies.
I mean, they have 3 farming lanes, as Evelyn needs to farm, Gangplank needs to farm, Vayne needs to farm. They're super scaling. Queen's Revenge saying, hey, we're not going to play early game this time. We're going to go for the scale, sit back, chill, and relax this time around.
Well, speaking of relax, Team Ambition's name ends in spa. Day spa. Will they be more relaxed? I don't know. Are they going to get the treatment that they also deserve? I don't know, because ultimately this is a coin flip completely. And really, I honestly think the first 10-15 minutes will kind of decide the way that this game goes, if Queen's Revenge can get that macro game going, because that was a big question mark in that first game that they had the lead. They just couldn't transition it into the win. So we're going to come to predictions really quickly. Crims, we'll get you to go first this time, as I lost out heavily in the last game, sadly to say. But who's going to take this?
I'll go first this time. Look, I'm not even going to go with my brain. I'm going to go with my heart on this one. And I have an enemy that must be defeated. I'm going to go with Queen's Revenge for the win. Team Ambition, we never see eye to eye. They're good guys, but you know what? The way they play makes me cry inside. So I'm going to go for Queen's Revenge. I hope they can pull out this victory, but both teams, I'll be honest, I'm not happy with either of you. Okay, but Team Ambition did things to me last season, and I haven't gotten over it yet.
It's not been forgotten. I was there as well. We had to get an ambulance on stream. Everything was happening. It wasn't too good for the casters and production crew then, but we'll see how it fares out now, as we are going to cut to a small break. But when we come back, it'll be the third game of the day, Queen's Revenge against Team Ambition Day Spa. Welcome back to this bamboozlement. This is going to be something special. They're going to be seen on awards here. But again, that's 0 for 3 now, Crims. We're not seeing that juicy invade that goes unnoticed. Albeit that there was a kill in the very first couple of minutes in the last game. Orion going down, unfortunately, on the Karma. But these are two different teams. And it looks like they're opting to take away this red buff here. Very strong message going through already from Team Ambition. And we already touched on it, but look at the lanes right now. Zach ends up in the top lane, at least does go to the jungle. Yorick mid, which I know Lucan had a lot to talk about before we came live here. And I'll let my colorcaster take over in that one because it sounds like the most broken thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, he was definitely laying down the knowledge in between the loading screens here, saying that this is going to be a lethality Yorick here. And that means that these minions are going to be chunking. He's predicted a first item Cyrildas. We'll see if that's going to come to fruition. And eventually a Power's Claw as well. So there's going to be a lot of burst damage coming out of this Yorick. Interested to see how that's going to play into the GP. But obviously the first few levels ain't going to be pretty. As Psychopath, though, is playing aggressive level 1. Wins the trade barely, but certainly does win it. Oh, GP already half HP. It's chunking. It's working. The tech is there.
It's just ridiculous. I mean, we're going to see how it transcends throughout this game as Adam goes in. Oh, Robot takes that
That's not looking
arcane
good for
comment.
GP.
Wow.
Yeah, that looks
A lot
rough.
of damage.
All
This
right,
early
Adam.
on too is it's gonna prove that GP still needs to try and stay relevant in this lane, but Dark Wenkre, we know the name, he knows the game, and he's not looking too out of place here. See that Morning Mist land again. Look at the minions go back on the GP, burning through the corrupting pot here as well. Crims, he's got none left.
Yeah, maybe you should have got a Doran shield because look at all that poke damage he's taking. Adam trying to set up a kill here. And yeah, that matchup looks very heavily Yorick favored, especially in the early games. Has the oranges. So he's going to heal up quite a bit, but I think he's going to get in the boot in the lane quite soon. Dark Wenkre is taking control. It's fully pushed up. The Comet supporting extra pokes. And Sergeant is just burning through mana. Ooh, that flash, a bit preemptive.
Oh,
Does get it.
good flash to take the Maokai underneath the turret. Zenith Blade back over. First blood, easy. Just like that for Cena and Sneaky in that bot lane. Thumbs up from Kaiser. That just didn't work for Team Ambition.
Yeah, that was a nice flash plus the bait. Knew that they wanted to get that kill early and makes them pay dearly. Psychopather trying to get this in. He's out of mana, but Z-Electric is low HP.
Zach will just run around and grab the blobs here. If he can, he's going to absorb that minion wave underneath the turret. And Roebuck extremely low on the mana. Look at Elise getting the wraparound here. Unspotted, the cocoon, the flash forward.
Misses.
Dodges it, but the Morning Mist into the last rites. That gets the flash with Dark Wenkre, but he gets the kill and holds on to the ignite.
All right, didn't even need to hit it. They clean up the kill there. Sneaky trying to go in.
Vayne
nice
goes
knock
forward
up.
there, but Adam just the
They're going
spaces
in.
right out. Flash forward from the Twitch and the poison. Actually, that's the ignite from the Maokai going to secure the kill. Goes
Oh, I
over
thought
to the
the
support.
Expunge was gonna get it, but yeah, Adam picks up the kill.
Wow.
All right, aggressive gameplay in this bot side. They're really trying to force sums. Adam goes in again. They're trying to get this wave in for that pretty reset, but I'm like Acid is smelling the kill.
Oh, just like you said, the Evelyn needs to get busy, accelerate her lead in this one. The Q going off, going to get the electrocute
huge.
proc. Twitch will go down first, flash forward. To slow down Adam, that's a double kill. Great gank coming through from I'm Like Acid. You had the great game on the Xin Zhao. Now looking to reciprocate that onto the Evelyn.
Yeah, that Evelyn is getting accelerated. Picks up the 2 kills that I was talking about. Hits that on the checklist. Now needs to farm up, hit level 6, and is solid for the rest of this game. Expect some people to be absolutely bursted by the Evelyn here. That charm is going to be nasty. Psychopather doing the same old thing. Playing crazy in the top side. Trying to
he's
stop
pulling-
that back.
Pulling that wave too is just, oh, he actually interrupts it and total strike.
This is full
Lands
all
on the
in.
Zac. I'll get the ultimate out to flubber up there, but the electric doesn't have enough damage to actually do anything to him right there. Speaking of damage, Dark Wenkre
Oh, it was a
might be in
bait.
trouble here. He doesn't have flash, remember that, but he does get the walls down onto Leona, and the charm goes over, but he'll walk that one out straight back into the lane. Feeling really good, actually. Went back and got a serrated Dirk, so that lethality, I better come online for the Yorick as he's looking so good in that mid lane, but GP is keeping up with the CS.
All right, predictions running true with that Dirk, proving that this is lethality.
Oh,
Oh,
Kun.
I'm like acid caught out.
That's right, okay. Twitch is here as well. They shut down the Evelyn just like that. The Dragon on the field. Maybe looking to take that as an additional prize. There goes the Eulogy. Going to wrap up on GP. GP has to flash out of there. Flash just comes up. And Roebuck putting that back onto a cooldown is now Dark Winkry. He's low though. Going to miss back on, and Cannabrage secures the kill. Doesn't respect the damage. That's still Gangplank.
And that Sheen proc with the Q. That was the shot to the heart that he needed. Sergeant Roebuck. I mean, we would expect a sergeant to be an expert of guns. He's a sharpshooter, you know?
Get those cannons out. I mean, you can't miss. Just fire it straight down mid. You'll land the target eventually. Maybe get a strike. I don't know. Treat it as bowling. I mean, actually, Lilia against GP on that case. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, go back to the Yorick making his way back. What do you fear going through this game, though, Crims? Because when it comes to that 5-on-5, do you think that lethality Yorick's going to survive long enough to do that damage?
I think Yorick's not really going to play the frontline game. Just going to use the minions and toss them in for the damage. So should be able to safely do that at range. I think Yorick's going to be fine. And also, I'm imagining that we're going to see Dark Winkry on the side lane quite a bit once we get to that stage of the game.
And Yorick always offers you that side lane pressure that of course comes with the Eulogy. And he can send that Maiden on its own and basically just let her do her own thing. But level 6 achieved for the Evelyn, which means not going to get spotted out here. Dark Winkry. He'll probably get deleted here, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Good gank coming through from I'm Like Acid after being shut down. They pick off the overconfident Dark Winkry.
Yeah, this mid lane looks like it's completely turned around now on the kill. Looks like that stomp in the mid lane does not go to plan. Greydog, they switch. Support engage.
Wow, okay, fully stacked passive. Oh, Poison gets him. Twitch on the money with that one and that combination. Oh, Greydog burning with the poison, but you'll walk that one away. But Twitch, I'm not going to say that name. And Adam is doing it. Things in that ball lane, they certainly have the strong factor down there.
Yeah, he's spreading some things that don't want to be spread. He's tearing holes where it shouldn't be. All right. Well, look, that was very good Twitch gameplay. The Expunge and the Spay and Pray doing quite a lot of work. Kaiser gonna get a flash. Man, this is just a constant flow of action, dopamine just being streamed right into your brain right now, Lamb.
Evelyn is Shadow on the top laner. C9 Sneaky actually just came back from base right now, and he might go on a cooldown again. He gets the ultimate off, but just gets burned again. Solar Flare goes down. Good flash actually. Get out of that one by the Twitch. Pops the heal, looking to secure the kill on the Greydog. Seen action north of the river now is Evelyn, and the least going to be there. Venomous Spike going to go down. His Cell Division was proc, but it's not enough to stay alive, and they'll pick off 2 in that 2v2.
Every skirmish that progresses, though, Queen's Revenge is just taking a little bit better of a win throughout. Their strongest lane, though, for the side of Team Ambition, Baseball, is that bot side. That Twitch is getting quite fed. And, you know, in the coming games is definitely going to be providing a lot of power. Riftrell being burned topside, so they're going to be depositing a little bit of gold into the pocket of Psycho Panther for Queen's Revenge. And he's been winning up there.
Oh, wow. Okay, Dark Winkry. He's very close to actually all in that GP, but the benefit the GP has now, he's got that Essence Reaver completed, so he can literally just spam abilities now. Doesn't really matter about that mana. You've seen him go out of mana very early on in the game and see him engage on that top side. I'm Like Acid under threat from the back there. You're going to see Dark Winkry. Oh! Sergeant Roebuck put into the dirt again. Elastic Slingshot overcharged, but secures kill, gets the shut down, and Vayne gets on the board as well. Both junglers going down consecutively.
All right, they dodge the Twitch stealth. And looks like Sneaky's going to get out of there with the kill on his back. Greydog getting that vision. And this is 40 seconds away from that dragon coming up here, Lamb. And it looks like Team Ambition are all prepped to take it. We'll see if Queen's Revenge can do anything about this vision right now, but Team Ambition, they have the advantage at this moment.
Yorick just completing that Eclipse as well, so that's got to be a power spike for him in that mid lane. But they are making sure that this GP stays relevant, and that's the most important thing. You see action in the top lane, all out, actually still available from the K'Sante. And Electric gonna go underneath there. Cell Division not available. He outplays him, and he gets deleted by the turret. Psychopath are showing why he's living up to his name.
Yeah, definitely went for the kill. I have to say, appreciate the guts. Didn't get that execute though. In the mid lane though, Dark Windcray seems like this power spike back in the favor of Yorick. There seems to be some troughs in it, and now he's over the hill onto the Yorick side yet again. This Eclipse coming in clutch. I thought it was gonna be Prowess Claw, but I am incorrect. You know, I'm not up to date on the Yorick mid technology. You're gonna have to forgive me, Lamb.
I used to be a one-trick in the top lane. Certainly not here. Cannon Barrage is going to go down as they fight over this dragon. 2.5 on that one. Adam goes down, 10% on him. 5%, he gets the ultimate off, so that's enough. The teleport's going to come in. Who's going to join us right there? It's going to be Electric, and Stacy's going to be fought by Kraydog, and Kaiser gets down to 10% as well. He's going to be taken out by the GP. Sergeant Robot getting one back. Dark Windcray going to fall there, and the poison is going to secure the kill back, and we see Zach eventually get in on the action. Elastic Slingshot still available, but they might be looking to duel this. This is very risky because the Evelyn is still alive. The smite is down, but that's enough to deter them from trying to take this dragon.
Yeah, Zelectric gets to the fight first. I have to imagine it's due to the death of Psycho-Panther on the top side, able to affect it. And that's going to diminish their power enough to prevent the dragon from being taken. But Queen's Revenge pulling ever slightly ahead now. It just keeps going up and up, slowly but steadily.
Stretching strikes go out. Doesn't land, doesn't
Q's?
pull him back.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Yeah, Evelyn's Q damage is insane. I might need to start playing this champion.
Where's that damage?
Turret plating will fall soon.
I mean, that's
That's-
Evelyn. That's
just
Imelic
one
Acid.
item.
Yeah,
Just
that's
one
only...
item right there.
And I believe
Just
the
melted.
rocket belt wasn't even... Well, it was procced eventually, but I don't think it helped in that combination. It didn't really matter. Yeah, the Electric overextends and gets paid with his life, and this dragon up for grabs now. And it looks like the Queen's Revenge will pick this up for free.
Does Zach have blood? I guess he just paid with his goo. Is that the equivalent for Zach?
I don't know. Do we have any Zac experts in the building right now? I mean, potentially. Yeah. What's Flubber made of? Probably.
Yeah, that's Flubber.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
Adam.
know.
You know, Adam. Plus
He's
he
not
doesn't
made of
really wanna
atoms.
Be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's gonna
oh.
be deleted.
No, wait, hold up. He has to be made of Adam. What are you
Oh,
talking
Elise is
about?
dead too. Elise is dead too. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That's a good question actually.
They just pick up 2 kills from thin air, by the way. So no setup for that. Just get that free gold. Looks like they're going to use those kills to take down this mid turret. However, Twitch waiting in tow.
Eulogy summon. Dark Windcray gonna root up Kraydog. Oh, he tanks way
Gets
too
one.
much. Overextending. Spray and Pray gonna come out as well as More Than Miss lands again and again. Dark Windcray on the bullseye with that one and fends it off. 3v2. And they get the kill on the Leona.
Kraydog does go down. That's his job for the team, and he's doing it well. Yeah, that.
Oh my god, that damage is just ridiculous. Look at the minions.
They're just swarming GP,
Oh
trying
my
to fend off
God.
these minions. I have to say, those minions are quite tanky. Oh, look at the Q spam again.
Say
Electric can't do anything. He's just getting spiked up. I was about to say, Psycho Panther like path that right into to Sergeant. That'd be so messed up. But he's a good teammate. He doesn't do that to his mid laner.
Dude, Zach, when he's like the smallest, is so funny. It's like his legs move quicker, but really it's not. It's just animation. It's Electric. Runs away from that one. I'm like Acid waiting in the wings. That ping ward won't see the Evelyn because it is in the river, so they're setting this up potentially. Those minions still do damage, but
Easy.
Dark Windcray gets killed by the Evelyn again. 7th kill of the game, by the way, for this jungler.
Yeah, looks like my prediction is coming true. Oh,
Oh,
they're gonna get him another kill.
Zenith Blade going to follow that up, and they'll go back, and the Qs are just being spammed from I'm like Acid Teleport will come in, but this is just to pad the stats and say I was there. Where were you when Evelyn got a double kill? Elastic Slingshot going to come over the wall there.
Oh, that's a good one.
Try and defend the turret. Stretch and Stretch goes out, and there goes Twitch. Oh, they turn exactly onto the 80 carry. Spray Prey battling. Leona will fall here, but Psychopather picks up the kill on the Twitch and trades over for the life of his support. But they do defend that mid-tier successfully, but for how long? Because now they got the push.
Yeah, and now, look at this. I'm like Acid has secured the Magi's 10 stacks
9
on
kills,
there
wow.
as well. 9 kills, 500 gold bounty. Has damage like a control mage, but is an assassin. This champion is certainly fun to play against. And I'm like Acid making it look very unfair.
So you got to be enjoying this, Crims, right? Team Ambition are your arch nemesis. And right now, I mean,
I would say
hold the
Rivals.
phone. Rivals, yeah, Rivals works too. But hold the phone, because we've seen 2 back-to-back comebacks of the century. The gold swing
I should
only
be
takes
shaking in
one
my
fight.
boots.
You should be shaking in your boots. I mean,
no.
the stocks are rising, and then they might start to fall pretty consecutively. But we'll see how they can transition this into the win, because we already said that the question over Queen's Revenge is not how they can gain a lead. They can gain a lead very successfully. It's actually transition that into the win.
They are playing the scaling side of this matchup, though, so that's going to make it considerably easier to close out. However, that's not a free pass. They still have to make the correct plays. And you are trying to scare me right now. But you know what? I've got that Tibetan music blasting, and I'm
Oh,
feeling
baby. Yeah, we're
the
feeling
zen.
zen. You know who's not feeling zen? Twitch. He just ate a solar flare, and the rest of the team collapses. Sneaky. Vayne opens. Silver. Bowls
nice
happening.
knockup.
Gets it. Adam going to fall as well. Double kill over to the Vayne.
Like I said, on the side, gonna try to pick up the kill. Gets the charm.
Oh, charmed up Kaiser. Good repel to get out of that one. Yeah,
Grey Dog
walking
doesn't
away.
get it.
25% health. But this at least not getting to play the game now.
And look at the Zelectric side lane push on Zach. It's not that good.
Very anticlimactic. He's trying his best. He's actually wrapping around here to get the flank on.
TP, but they
He'll be
know.
outnumbered.
And they successfully do not get ganked by the Zac, setting up a pretty nice dragon as well. No contest in sight from Team Ambition Day Spa. And it's looking like this is actually a clinic, not a day spa win.
Yeah, that day spa is in the wings, because it's certainly not looking like that. It's a bit rough around the edges. You might have a sore back after this one, because whoever decides to carry this game, it's going to
they're
take
gonna
a
go for the
monumental
fight.
task right now. Shaping up. They do get Shelly. Can the Braz not
Adam.
go down?
Adam in an amazing spot.
Oh, he gets a flank around. Okay, Twisted Advance going to go on to Sneaky. Flashes away. It's electric. They're a little bit split here. Communication not on the same page, but Twitch does get the shutdown. Makai gets Kasanti. I'm like Acid running away. The Q spam going to go out as well. He gets rooted up by the Nature's Grasp from the Makai. That's pretty clutch. Shutdown goal goes over to the Yorick, and Crims, I told you, it's swinging back around.
Well, they did have GP pick up turrets on the side, so it's not as bad. But yeah, didn't need to go for that fight. Len, have you ever watched CSGO where a whole team enters a room, but then no one checks for the guy in the corner? Well, Adam just did that in League of Legends. I didn't think that would ever be possible. Sets up the perfect engage for his team, and they slam that fight. And you know what? Yeah, that play's looking a lot better. They just made a lot of money back. They're going to try to punish, though.
Psychopather. 1v3 right now. Closest to him is Grey Dog. Roebuck actually standing still right now. The GP not even following this up. Tonvo Strike's going to go through. It might be enough to kill the Twitch. He gets the ambush off. He's still in Viz, but can he get enough? He's burning. Heal comes out. Oh, he still falls, and GP disconnects, goes back to the Nexus. And yeah, we get that pause, and that was a little bit interesting why it came so late, but GP does in fact disconnect there. But that gold lead here, Crims, they still have it. Queen's Revenge, but it's so close now.
Yeah, they are getting quite closer now. I thought Queen's Revenge were gonna, you know, just sail with this lead. But it looks like the Titan esports story is that the team that's ahead has to always fumble and miss the throw because Queen's Revenge now are only 2K up, Lamb, and I'm sure you're. Well, I mean, you haven't said your prediction yet, so I guess you're
Well,
not
my
necessarily happy.
prediction is for the winning team.
Oh, the classic Lamb prediction. Yeah, that's always a good one to go with.
Yep. You can never be wrong with that one, ladies and gentlemen.
What if the winning team lost somehow? How would how would you feel about
Wait,
that?
hold on. Now we're talking about physics.
I'm I'm liking this Zac side lane push. This man is fiercely pushing down the side lanes as a tank. And you know what? I'm all for it. Doesn't have TP though. This team might fight without him.
Oh, Dark Winkry, he was there, now he's gone. Evelyn deletes the mid laner. That turret, Psychopather actually goes under it. Sneaky's burning
Oh, is this the
there.
Baron
And
setup?
Adam, I believe that was a sapling. He gets the reset off as we're watching the tree just sail on by. But
He's
the Baron
skipping.
going to be started here.
Have you ever seen a tree skip through the woods? No,
Ever
no,
seen
it's not
ships
right there.
passing in the night?
No, never. Never even heard that phrase. It's electric hitting an engage on the GP, but is it an engage he wants?
Oh, stretching strikes. Oh, they actually get Vayne. That's big. Nature's Grass going out.
No.
Roots up Kusanti,
Queen's
the
Revenge.
follow-up, repel back forward. Kaiser gets the kill. Blasting cone sends Adam over. He can still get the resets with the twisted advance. Will he set it up anymore? Barrels go out from Sergeant Roebuck. He can go forward with
Huge.
a parlay. Oh,
Huge.
no parlay in this case. Repel
Oh,
goes
dodges.
back up. Kaiser burning. Oh, Roebuck gets two. Twitch against the GP, and then Twitch wins.
Oh wait,
Oh,
here we
Twitch
go.
against
Wait.
Evelyn. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
I'm like acid. He's going to let him live here.
He thought he
Wow.
had that kill. Lets it slip, and rip gets through. And now that Baron play. Well, actually, at the end of the day, Queen's Revenge made a little bit of gold on that play, so not all doom and gloom for me. They didn't throw the game. They're keeping it in there, but geez, they are really trying to ruin my Zen state right now.
Well, at least Zach and Elise were synced as they return to the rift. And we're 23 minutes in. This goal lead been pretty steady. Of course, Queen's Revenge are holding on to that with dear life. 3,000 is that goal that you say 3,100 if you want to be technical about it. Quick math on the desk, you know that's going to come at you flying. Dragging it off for a minute here. Crimson, it looks like they're just dueling over the wards here, and so far it is with Queen's Revenge.
Queen's Revenge has the map control. They're just clearing out this river as a 5-man. Losing efficiency, but they have enough time. Okay, that was a bit gutsy there.
Oh, I'm like Acid
Wait a
actually gets
minute.
caught there, but there's a pink ward, so Foggy War proving difficult to navigate for the side of Team Ambition right now. Barrel chain goes wide, doesn't tag up Kaiser. Psychopather takes that Arcane Comet to the face as this Yorick just consistently throwing out those morning mists and landing them, trying to chunk them out as best he can before they actually commit to anything. And of course, these saplings going to aid with that. Psychopather gets raided up by the cocoon. They're going to get committed on by Kaiser. Cannon Barrage going to go down and try and negate anything that comes through there. Adam's still alive. He's going to fall there. Vayne gets up the kill, and Eulogy just floating around that river, not doing a whole lot as Evelyn comes into the back, and that's going to be a
Evelyn.
triple kill. Oh, it's set up perfectly, and the GP will get the ace.
Sergeant Robux is definitely worth his weight in gold in this game. Supplying tons of barrels, lots of explosions, doing an excellent job. And I'm like Acid on that back end, that 3v1 assassination, showing off the strength of this Evelyn. Back up to 18 stacks after losing it all.
Wow.
And Queen's Revenge pulling away to 6K. Are they going to break the story, the trend? Are they going to defy Titan Esports day one mantra?
We will see. Tibetan Mantra. I mean, I'm going to listen to you after this, that's for sure. Selling that out pretty much. Sponsor me, Tibetan Mantra. Baron going to go down here, so that gold lead, the power play is well online. That 6,000 gold lead now going to extend to 8,000 in favor of Queen's Revenge. You can see the itemization coming through Lord Dom's completed now for the GP. He cut through any armor. That means the Zac. That means just the Zac is the only one with armor. Yep, just taking a quick glance over the cloth armor in the Elise's inventory. So maybe the Zhonya's hourglass is in the future for Kaiser if it gets there. But the Dragon, 4 minutes away. There's nothing to really fight over here. Is Adam and Cray Dog will just nod to each other. Both of the supports, 2-level difference, but they will opt to walk both ways. And really, they're looking for map control here. Crims try and get some advantage with no objectives on the map.
Well, they have Baron on the side of Queen's Revenge, and it looks like they're going to go for this play. Sergeant Roebuck surrounded on all sides.
Yeah, he committed the ultimate, and really there's no way to get out of that. But what's the reaction going to be? They got 4 in the bot lane. Vayne is pushing that mid, shadowed by the Leona. Now I'm like Acid's going to go into his electric. Psychopath are going to go up here. You better believe they're going to commit everything to try and kill this Zac, and they do. No cell division available. And now they get the push in the top lane. That mid lane is already pressed, and Kaiser will be spotted on that ward, but he's still going to continue up that mid lane. Both cannon turrets going to take down that first tier in front of the inhibitor. They're slowly trying to crack open the base, even though they lost the GP.
Yeah, the GP was behind enemy lines there. That's going to be... Oh, they're going for an engage straight up.
Yeah, Twitch going to get interrupted. The repel goes up, but Evelyn going to delete. Markai, no peel left. It's Kaiser. And I rip, whatever that means. He gets the kill as well. Flash forward from Sneaky. The Vayne takes him down. It looks like that trend's going to be interrupted here, Crimson. They're looking to end the game.
Queen's Revenge, they have done it. They got that kill. Team Ambition Day Spa. Their for fun comp didn't really play out. I mean, you know, you have to be honest, they like to spice up the draft, give us to think about here. But it looks like it doesn't work out. Psychopath.
What the hell was that interaction? I think that was all out, but they're going to try and defend this. Eulogy goes down, Yorick goes down. Cell division comes out from the Zac as Markai joins the fray. Part of the stats, who's going to secure the kill on the Adam. Roebuck, Parlay, doesn't matter. It's electric back into the fountain. And Sneaky will get the final hit onto the Nexus. It's Queen's Revenge. They gather and get the revenge.
They do get their revenge through a victory. Unfortunately, though, Lamb, I don't think any of these teams will be advancing to the next stage. And I think we're going to be waiting to fill in on the analyst desk as to who will be making it to the finals here, Lamb. But that was our round robin. I think we'll give you our updates as soon as the games are closed out. So far, Queen's Revenge and Team Ambition Day Spa, they're not going to make it any farther here. And we've had some great games, even this last one, Queen's Revenge, defying the logic of Titan Esports here. Pick up the win, so they can be happy about that. Team Ambition Day Spa, I think they're just out here to have fun. You can view it as them hiding strats because they certainly have crazy picks. So they make it fun. I know they're my nemesis and I want to see them lose, but I also have to admit that they do make me think what the heck they're going to be doing in these games.
Making you question the casting side of things is always a good thing. So commiserations go out to both of these teams. We have been thoroughly enjoying the way that you've played the game today. Queen's Revenge, of course, we've seen them twice in action today, 1-on-1 on the day. Can't argue with that. And Team Ambition coming out and doing Team Ambition things. But as we cut to a small break, and I do believe that we will come back in Steffu will fill everybody in on what is exactly going to happen, because I believe there is potential for other things to happen. So maybe one more game happening. So we'll cut to a small break, but when we come back, we'll update you guys and let you know what's going on.
Welcome to the final match of today, aka tomorrow's Conqueror League Invitational for the winter 2023. And right now we're seeing both teams that we will absolutely planned and corrected, and we knew that this was going to happen 100%. Don't question us about it. It was that we are having on the blue side Emotional Damage Energy versus Dorado Gaming Epsilon, teams that we watched rise and fall during the matches, that were doing absolutely insane during their games, and now we're here looking at the finals. For those who are wondering how the tabloids are looking at this very moment, Emotional Damage Energy went completely undefeated during most of the games, even though in the first game that we watched they were steamrolled, they were being steamrolled by the guys over at New World, and suddenly everything changed. Yeah, that's what you get. But finally, on the other side, we saw also Dorado having a really good thing that happened exactly the same as I just said. Well, never mind that. But now, that being said, on an amazing job against our friend Lukin, we are going to the caster side. See you guys in the end.
Thank you, Stefu. He's putting in a shift tonight, let me tell you. Alongside my other colleague, get a load of this guy. I said it at the start, this guy. Crims, we've seen Cinderella Stories be absolutely destroyed Team Ambition Day Spa. Wasn't a day out at the spa. It looked like a day out at the dog races, and they're not the winners in that case. But we've seen flip arounds, we've seen 180s, and now we come down to the penultimate matchup of Emotional Damage Energy and
Dorado Gaming
Epsilon.
Epsilon.
Epsilon,
Look,
what a name. I love that.
I mean,
Rolls
how
right off the
fitting.
tongue.
How fitting that both the teams that had a comeback are in the finals. We get to see who's the best at losing early game and coming back in the late game. We're finally going to know, is it going to be Emotional Damage? Is it going to be Dorado Gaming here? Both these teams bans on lock junglers for Dorado Gaming, and as well 2 more from Emotional Damage, leaving open the Jinx first pick here. That is a hyper carry that can be countered. I wonder, will Dorado say we'd rather scale alongside the Jinx? And that looks like that's the answer straight away. Scaling versus scaling, both of these 80 carries. Lots of team fight damage. It's just going to be who's going to get to their spike. Jinx gets it first, but is that how the lane's going to turn out? We're going to have to wait to find out here.
I don't know. And what I can tell you is we got 2 Mundo players in the building, and he's still available. We got Pally, who got his head crushed in. It didn't really matter. We got Bald, Blind Monk, Larry. The blind is just an additional to the problems that he's got. Whether you think baldness is a problem, I mean, it comes to us all. I can tell you, under this beautiful head of hair, there's some receding going on, but I did not say that. Look, Crims, you got a beautiful head of hair, I must say. Kappa Pride. And look, this is shaping up to be a beautiful matchup here, because we see the comebacks of the century. We see, goddammit, Taylor Swift is back in the building, looking to just drive the prices of the tickets all the way up and send the stonks through the roof for this team to cement their plays. But they're up against a very monumental task at hand, because on the other side of the coin there, Dorado, they look pretty good in their comeback too.
Yeah, both of these teams were able to out macro their opponents, get that Baron, and sneak their way into a victory. So I want to see if they can both pull that off against each other. We might just have ourselves a bit of a chess match here, and I'm interested to see who's going to come out on top, who has the better macro game. Poppy going to be banned. That ended up being a very, very good pick in multiple games against Zach. So I like the counter, thinking about that as well. They have the Sivir Yumi combo. That's a lot of power, but EDE say we want 2 supports for our carry. That's just how much we trust that T-Swift is going to carry this game.
All right, where's the Master Yi to round off this composition? Let's see it running back, baby. Let's see the Master Yi. I mean, that's
I
a
hate
team
that
up. That's an
champion.
ambition strat. We need to just forget about that. Forget about it for now. But look, they're just driving right through this. You already mentioned the Sivir Yumi, such a really provocative pair. Becomes insanely hard to deal with the boost, everything that goes along with that. Sivir really accompanies and gels well with the Yumi pick. But is that going to be run back here as well? We're seeing a run back of several champions here. We also seen the Karma, which made the difference with those Mantra empowered Inspire shields in the game that we last seen the Karma take to the Rift here. And of course, the Lulu. Now, Lulu, an argument to be made that either of these potential supports can go to the top lane.
Yeah, Karma is flexible in that top side. I think Orion did pretty well on the later stages of the game, was able to shield many opponents. So seeing now that that's being taken away is interesting. We'll see if he could play the Yumi just as well to support his team. Kassadin being locked in, blind pick here. So they're saying we have some guts on our mid laner. We are going to just go for the scale. I mean, look at the scaling both teams are opting in for. And the Trundle to take tanks down a size. Both these teams are saying we are going to be playing for team fights. And the Gangplank will certainly be a very strong top laner to solidify that. Karma's going mid.
Oh my goodness. GP still being hovered here. Of course, the Cannon Barrage can influence other lanes.
Oh, wait.
Alawi, oh baby. It's looking very spicy. No, the double back Darius is going to be locked in here into the top lane. So who is going to match up into the Darius? Because that is a lane that just screams Darius wants to kill you over and over again. What's the answer to that, Crims? You got 16 seconds on the clock.
You could just play a range matchup and that ruins Darius'
on.
day. Action can definitely do that. Pure is decent if you have the skills, you got the hands. Gotta make sure you don't have those boomer hands, boomer mechanics here. They have a couple seconds. They're gonna lock in the Kled. They're gonna fight fire with fire. Kled has the healing reduction built into his kit. Can dodge,
Oh,
and dodge.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you know what? I'll just say it. He can dick down the Darius. Let's just say it. We're on Titan Esports.
Yep.
Kled can definitely take this Darius to the ground. So we'll see it. Lamb, you got it out of me. I was gonna go safe, but you got it out of me.
No, it's past 9 o'clock. All the kiddies are in bed. You're allowed to say this. It's radio style coming at you, and they got the Kassadin. Will it be the castle win? Nice one. Looking to see you type that, baby. We know that Kassadin, with this new changes, can become an absolute unstoppable monster. Now, of course, they have that scaling composition on their side. The Sivir, the Yumi, and of course, Zac will be flying left, right, and center. But the Kled throws a spanner in the works. And the Kled against the Darius, I mean, all eyes are going to be on that matchup. Because once you're in melee distance of that Darius, it's all or nothing.
Yeah, and there's gonna be multiple members of Dorado Sports flying into that melee range, Lamb. Zac, Kassadin, and Kled. If you get a 3-man queue with Darius, that's going to be a lot of HP. And once the HP bars are low, that is going to be an execute. Unfortunately for Darius, Zac and Kled have options to mitigate that execute with the passive, and that's going to be putting a little bit of effort into Darius to get the correct execute here. But nonetheless, the champion's going to operate pretty well. Trundle going to take down the Zac's tankiness, operating a very nice execute for the Jinx passive with the Darius. So they have a comp that makes sense together, Lamb. They're going to shield up their front line with the Karma Lulu. They're going to make sure Jinx gets the hyper activated off these executes that the Darius will supply. They thought about this comp. There's a lot of brain power that went into what emotional damage you're doing here.
Well, emotional damage right now, okay, the Karma into the Kassadin basically means that unless that Trundle actually influences that lane, it feels like it's a very free lane for the Kassadin to get to level 6. Started just farm up very safely, as the Karma can be really a nuisance. It's not really going to solo kill you, right? Karma is that utility champion that goes ahead, but once this game opens up just a little bit more, it gives more prowess to that hyper carry Jinx, which Taylor Swift, the real one, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the real Taylor Swift is here. She might make a song about this if she comes out on the #1 seed in this Invitational, but that is going to enhance this AD carry so much more. And on somebody like Taylor Swift, it's just That was the focus of the Zeri. That was the turnaround, the catalyst, everything they wanted. And now they have 2 additional supports to back up that AD carry now.
Yeah, now let's flip it over to the other side. Dorado here. They have the powerhouse of the Sivir that's going to be providing tons of team fight damage. Not going to be splashing like the Jinx, but just the bounces from that Sivir. And they have the Yuumi for protection. This duo is famous for a reason. And she's going to get free access to that damage through the Darius and Trundle. There's no way for them to catch the Sivir under normal means. So this is going to be a front to back team fight from both sides. It's going to be deadly. These frontliners are going to be taking tons and tons of damage. And that is why it's going to be very important for Dorado Gaming to get that early advantage. I think they got to play off the Zac here. They have the scaling factor for the Sivir and Kassadin, but Kassadin really needs that time and needs a bit of a boost here because that front line from Trundle Darius is going to be quite deadly, even for a very overpowered champion like Kassadin.
It's all on the line. These are the drafts that will either continue you being that undefeated streak or it'll put an end to it. As we have seen tonight, it's been so entertaining. The comebacks have been unreal. You can't write anybody off, and especially these teams were the pinnacle of the comeback Cinderella story that we have come to know on Titan Esports Winter Invitational. It's been absolutely eccentric, but we're going to get a prediction in for the last time tonight before we cut to a break and come back. Crims, who takes this one?
This one's a tough one. This draft, I like the mental, that emotional damage. I like the brain power for their comp. It makes sense. They have a plan. I see it, but it's a bit low damage. Zac, Kled, I think, are quite tanky enough. Their passives are really mitigating the plan of the Darius Jinx. I think they have the healing through the Yuumi. The hyper carry of the Kassadin and the Sivir with the Yuumi on top might be untenable. Dorado Gaming, I think they are going to be able to outscale. They're going to get their Kassadin a free lane that's going to give them the boost to win this game. But it's a close one in the draft, Lamb. I think 50-50, any team could take it.
You know what will give us our answer when we get into game, and that's, I guess you might get my prediction. I don't know. I'll play devil's advocate. I'll go for EDE in this one. We'll win it all or win nothing. It's all to play for. It's the final match of tonight, and when we come back, it'll be EDE against DOG. Doge. Oh, Doge, actually, the pronunciation. Okay, Dorado. That's the name. You might be remembering it after this one. We'll cut to a small break when we come back. It's going to be the final game of the night. Final game of the night. What a debut. I mean, we have been waiting for this opportunity, Crims, and now Titan Esports, they give it to us. Hot and heavy. What games we've been bear witnessing tonight. Bear witnessing. Bear on the trap. Kled in the top lane. Will we see that Kled pop off? Very interesting matchups going around, and of course, that casting will be a castle win. Is very elegantly described previously, but it's going to need time. They need time to scale up. And in that time, that Jinx is going to try and get out of that lane, trying to influence the rest of the map. Dogman is going to be piloting as well that Karma that can influence that Jinx so much more and really make her the hyper carry that she deserves to be.
Yes, that is what we're looking for. Taylor Swift. We saw him on the Zeri. Can you do it again on the Jinx? And there is quite a number of support champions here for this Jinx. 2, in fact, that Karma can provide extra shielding and movement speed. Now, Michaud on the Trundle here has a small window, but a window nonetheless. This Trundle can effectively gank champions without dashes. Unfortunately for him, Kassadin does not have a dash, so looking for potentially level 3 gank in the mid lane. Karma has damage at level 3, enough to kill the Kassadin with the Trundle. That's the angle I'm banking for the side of emotional damage. That being said, once it's level 5 for hybrid carry, the Zac ganks are activated, and any lane has to watch out for that potential goo man flying through the air. So we'll see. So far, Taylor Swift taking command of bot side. I think we expected this. Jinx going to be a bit better in lane than the Sivir. And as well, Kled getting that strength on top side. We knew that was going to happen as well. So we'll see. The stage is set, and Zac and Trundle running into each other quite early. Oh, flash.
Oh, actually gets a flash. Flashes forward for him as well, Michaud. Walking him down, hyper carry.
Level 2,
Still
level
has its
3.
cell division available, but look at the ball lane making the rotation. Zap going to connect onto the Zac as well.
T-Swift.
He's in trouble here. Blue buff on him. CDR, rocket, lands. Will the Zap come back out? Yes, he runs straight into it. Flash forward 2. Switcheroo happening, cell division proc, but the Sivir not going to offer a lot of defense
They go
here.
for the
And it
Zac
looks
kill.
like Zac, first blood, goes over to the one person you don't want it to be on, Taylor Swift on the board.
That was extremely good for the side of emotional damage, and they're laying it on early here. They went for that. They saw the opportunity, and they took it. And now they have a kill on their Jinx. Bax has a colon longsword. Top lane, there's a duel going on.
Oh, Bald Monk Larry might be blind, but he knows how to pilot a shotgun. Pally, oh, he flashes inside the Decimate and gets a remount. Very clean coming through from Living Like Larry in the top lane.
That was looking deadly for only half a second. Sees the opportunity to flash into the lower damage zone, as we were talking about, Lamb, and survives the Q and gets the remount. Pally is back up with the TP. Didn't have his knight for that duel.
He's upset about that one, let me tell you. Solo Bolo in the top lane, and you know, that little ostrich looking son of a gun. He almost did the same thing as you there, Crims. He's ducking and diving up there in the top lane. I'm not going to say it, though, because you know what?
You're not going to say what I'm going to say?
I mean, it might follow the rest of this game. We'll see. Macho waiting in the wings.
All right, well, Bald Monk Larry has to earn the D. He's got to earn it. That's what you're saying to me right now, Lamb?
He just gave it. I can tell you that much.
I said he was going to do that. All right, so Bald Monk Larry praying and getting
I love that
just rewards. Look, this monk is out here, and he ain't scared. He's been practicing a lot of Kung Fu. The Shaolin monks have been teaching him well.
Shaolin Kled. New skin? Maybe. Winner of
Also,
Titan
wait,
Esports? Maybe.
Hold up, you called him an ostrich. I think you need to know. I think you need to look up what an ostrich looks like here. Dogman getting that root, and
Wait,
the karma
ostrich
so
is
far.
Dogman? Hold up.
No. Okay, you know what? Refocusing on the game. Lamb trying to toss me under the bus. Lamb trying to toss me on the bus. I'm not going to let it happen here. Michaud is got the sheen, and he's looking for this game topside. Bald Monk Larry. He wants another kill.
In comes the troll, though. Pali's got friends here, and the frozen domain goes down. There goes that, whatever you want to call it. Crims, it's extinct now. As Masho secures the kill on the Kled. Good rotations from the jungler.
And Tough Daddy is a level away from safety. Once he hits level 6, Trundle gank's gonna be very
Repeat gank.
non-effective. Here
No
it is.
flash
Just the
on
perfect
Cassidy.
timing.
Perfect pillar. He gets sealed up, and Dogman gets the kill onto the Karma.
There we go. They pull it off. The flash was down, and they get that re-gank, and the plan's coming together. Emotional damage. They've identified the way to win, and they're pulling it off to a T so far. They have the Jinx farming up, has the Cull as well, is ahead on the stacks. It's looking like Emotional Damage are going to pull ahead first. They have a significant gold lead. The question is, does Dorado pull the comeback victory here, Lamb?
Something we can write off the table, right? Both of these teams have definitely been on the side of losing games. Ultimately, one of them actually won that game when they were significantly still losing it. And all it comes down to is decision making. Now, that dragon is going to be available. It looks like it's going to be prioritized right here from the team that's in the lead in emotional damage. Making the plays here. They got 3 strong. They rotate the bot lane, and it's why not. This is a free dragon.
Mountain Drake is good. They want these stats for the frontliners, and it's going to provide a lot of protection for the enchanters. They can get a nice boost in defensibility here. That's going to help Karma survive. And now, looks like they're trying to set up a counter gank onto Dogman. The Zac level 5, it has that extended
They'll see
range.
Larry here, but the charge already activated means he's going to get there way before Masho can. Pillar goes down with the frozen domain. Stretch to try to pull Dogman back, but they're going to be the focus of the jungler. Trundle will fall here. Dogman being chased down by 3 strong. The Lulu will slow it down right there with the glare lance, but it gets pulled back with a bear trap on the rope. They're looking to secure the kill on the mid laner. Tough Daddy, level 6, gets the Rift Walk onto the opposing mid laner.
Oh, it turns the tide so quickly here, and now they even up the score, and Cassidy picks up a kill as well. This is the point where Kassadin's going to be pretty safe in lane. Karma's not going to have enough damage to kill the Kassadin, and Karma is not going to be able to, with Trundle, to pick up the kill. Bot lane's the only avenue left. Pally doing good on the top side, getting those plates, but Kled can certainly take a chunk out of Darius here.
Apprehended
Now,
straight back.
wait a minute, execute. Oh, but he takes 2 turret shots.
Pally dancing with fire in that top lane, and Trundle was hovering, so if the Kled wanted any more of that, Larry knows that he's just going to stick to clearing that wave. Waste a little bit of the Trundle's time. Look at that ward actually just up the north side of that river from Herald. We'll spot out the Trundle. I believe he was on vision there. Yeah, there the pings go down. So very patient play coming through from Bold. Monk Larry in that top lane knows when to pull that trigger.
Yeah, Blind Larry has a lot of wisdom, and he's playing it out pretty perfectly here. The Trundle pillar. Wait a minute, though. Not level 6. Masho cannot fight a laner on top of that. He's trying to stall for Pally. We'll see if this ends up being a good play. Meanwhile, Hybrid Carry's getting a lot of time to take control of the map. Dogman finds and gets the snare, but it's just biding time. Ballnump gets it in, and now they could theoretically go for this Rift Herald take. Are they going to pull it? And they so far hold on the trigger.
Well, that
Zac
Skull Crab
has
was enough to deter them there.
Yeah.
But like you said, Zac is up there. I mean, they need to try and look after that Kled. That's 2 or 3 times now that the jungler, Trundle, has looked to try and collapse onto the top laner. So they know that that's obviously a focus point for this team to try and get some kills.
Yeah, this game is so even, and that plays into the advantage of Tough Daddy. This Cassin pick is just chilling in the mid lane. Now the Zac.
And Karma gets the stun out there, and Let's Bounce going to be activated by the Zac, but Dogman will walk away, just lacking a little bit of damage. Blasting Wand in the inventory of the Kassadin. Tough Daddy looking to just stomp his authority on that mid lane, and so far so good for the scaling mid laner. On the side of Dorado, definitely had a little bit of a rough early game, falling pretty early on, but I mean, he gets a kill back, and now he's looking pretty good after that level 6, now level 8 on the Kassadin.
Yeah, I think both of these mid laners don't really have the potential to kill each other. As man, Baldman Larry going for it again. Oh, nice dodge.
Ali.
Ignite with the
He's in trouble here.
ultimate.
Bear trap
gonna
on the
get the
rope,
claw
pulls him
pull.
back. Shotgun comes out. He knocks in guillotine, not enough.
Yeah, that is another duel that Bald Monk Larry has won.
Mega
Kled.
Death Rocket is sailing towards the Kled.
Oh!
Oh! Goodbye, Taylor Swift on the money.
Oh, that was a snipe from the Jinx. And good call out, Lamb. That's why he's the play last night.
I mean, eagle eyes to see that one. I seen it probably about a point of a second before it actually made its way up there. And there's Chris Kyle, common American sniper, coming through. Taylor Swift showing why that AD carry is so important to this team.
Yeah, Taylor Swift, Chris Kyle are the same person. It's just been revealed.
What a world we live in.
All right, this dragon now is ripe for the taking. 40 seconds on the clock. And look at this Jinx pressure completely shoved up. They're clearing the vision in the jungle. And Hybrid Carry's nowhere here yet. 4-man take of this jungle. They're going to steal away a Grump to boot. And now they're aware of the situation. Tough Daddy's trying to move in. And they have 0 wards down, Lamb. This is going to be a bloodbath if they try to push in without any coverage.
Yeah, face checking is definitely the name of the game, as this gold lead is very much non-existent. 500 gold doesn't mean a whole lot when there's a Karma on that team that isn't even looking to farm up that well, and you can see that that gold lead is probably through that mid lane. But the Jinx, 2 kills on her right now. Hyper Carry scaling very nicely. Looking to probably accelerate her a little bit more. We'll see if they can make plays around that, but the dragon is on the map.
All right, Hybrid Carry going for a gank. They're trying to get this for the dragon.
On the hunt and final chapter, going to root up with Taylor Swift. The flash comes out and declines to get everything, but the Wild Growth going to keep the Jinx alive for now. Trading back, but Tough Daddy getting ready. Resets, Elder Vision comes out from Zax, so he's not going to go over it. The Jinx acts as balls there. Both AD carries being traded. Their lives, Orion going low as well. We see fights on 2 fronts, but ultimately there's too many numbers. Bald Monk Larry even gets in on the action, and now they might rotate to take that dragon.
It wasn't even a fair fight, Lamb. That was a 5v3. Bald Monk Larry comes rolling in on the Kled. The Tough Daddy's going to TP up to capture the wave, so Pally doesn't get a free turret as well. Oh, wait, another snipe? Looks like they're not going to get the dragon, but T-Swift is looking for these sniper headshots all over the map. Dangerous on this Jinx here. With that win, though, Dorado, they just crushed that gold lead completely, and now slightly in their favor, and they're going to even up the dragons. It took a while. It took a while to get that dragon, but they finally got it.
Larry going forward with Yumi. Yumi actually dashes over to the Zac here. Hybrid
so
Carry
tanky.
sitting there. He can still dismount. Yeah, shotguns away. As we see a fight in the top lane, Pally gets the apprehend back in, but Tough Daddy is exactly what the first part of his name describes. He's pretty tough, and he's only got that Roddy ages, and it only gets a little bit more difficult to actually kill that Kassadin from here as he's rotating around the map, and he got paid big time off of that last team fight here, Crims.
Yeah, that huge bounty shutdown. Look at that 3-1 as well. Who wouldn't like that windfall? And he's 8 stacks away from becoming a tank-a-din as well. So it's looking like this mid lane plan from Dorado is going accordingly. They just have to wait on this Jinx to, get caught up by Drunk here. I mean, the Sivir has only died 1 time, but that pressure being put out from T-Swift, as well as those kills picked up, is making it hard for Drunk to catch up. So this is going to be a little bit of a gap in the bot lane for now, but I think Sivir on Drunk will be able to catch up in the mid game.
Well, it is a 1,300 gold difference between both of the AD carries here, and Taylor Swift is certainly enjoying that matchup. You see the Kraken Slayer. Those mythics coming thick and fast for both of these teams now, and only Sivir is waiting to build hers alongside the support in that bot lane as we come to a little bit of a stalemate. 3.5 on that next dragon, and really both of these teams are neck and neck here. That gold lead doesn't exist. They're pretty damn even as they see. You're going to see that the Jinx rotate to the mid lane, so very early on without any outwards going down, they're starting to move those bot lane duos across the map here to try and influence something else as Boldmont Larry, teleport's going to come in. That might be enough to deter him from following this up anymore. Blast going on the right side of it. Shotgun comes out. He will get away. Dogman trying to get the spear onto Larry. Good flash. Out of the way. The Super Mega Death Rocket. Yumi actually aids and abets him. He get out of that one. Tough Daddy waiting. Level 11 now on the cast. Then means 2 points in that Rift. Walking Shelly will be the next focus with no one going down.
All right, Larry took a step too far and now gives up the Rift Herald. Classic top laner trying to get vision. And now they're going to trade for the mid turret. That's actually a good trade if they can pull it off. The flank coming around. T-Swift can get in position to get that damage.
Sivir holding on to the ultimate, surely used for a disengage if needed, but Yumi bouncing around, making sure that the teammates are going to be fine here. And yeah, it would have been a great trade because it would nullify that first blood turret. But so far, that Shelly is just going to be held onto by the Trundle. Bide the time a little bit, maybe try and get a little bit more resets out of that one. As they obviously go back into the jungle, actually sitting on a just under 1,300 gold on the Trundle. So he's got a bit of items to spend on once he gets his reset off, and that's going to be empowered by picking up Shelly there. As again, 2 minutes until we see that next dragon.
So we see the Radiant Virtue Zac providing a lot of tankiness for the team, and they're going to need it. That they have 3 melees, and they're all going to be enjoying that bonus health. So I like the build from the Zac here, and it's going to be providing wonders for their front line, giving Sivir enough time and Drunk able to clean up these team fights.
We'll see what the Sivir can actually do with that. Both summoners, of course, on that AD carry, and now Jinx's flash is just about to come up, and that's an important spell. Same with Marshall. So all the summoners are going to be available for this upcoming dragon fight, as we tend to see them really duke it out over the Vision, because Vision is a big part of it. But we're going to see Larry try and catch out Dogman, go underneath the turret. Marshall here, pillar placement is correct. They're going to try and dismount Scarl here. Actually confirmed he is a lizard. He's running back his natural habitat. Hybrid cancels the elastic slingshot and watches his top laner go down to the subjugate of the Trundle.
Larry getting possessed by his own champion. I don't know what crazy plays he's doing, but it's too much for what they need right now. Needs to calm it down. Feels, you know, he's getting a little hypey. Feels strong on the Kled. He certainly was, but that's twice in a row now. Going for engages that are ill-advised, and now that's ruining a bit of their dragon position. And remember, this is a game that we really focused on where you need to have good macro, and so far Larry is not making wise decisions. You know, feeling the blood, feeling the strength of his champion right now. And I hope that does not cost them the game.
Blood rushing, but the Kled is still a threat if he gets onto anybody. Of course, that charge empowers the rest of the team to catch up to whoever they're trying to pick off. Is Darius actually returning to the top lane with the dragon up right now? Teleport is available for Pali, so we'll see if that's going to be committed as they are fighting over the Vision here. And again, that gold lead there, well within touch. There's only 800 gold, but again, the utility of the Karma kind of negates that here. Crimson looks like they're going to get first cherry here on that dragon. It's already been started up, and it looks like there's going to be no contest for this as Darius continues pushing.
Yeah, they're giving, and I don't think they really should. They really want to fight on their power spikes. Look at the items on the Jinx compared to the Sivir. You want to take this fight right now. You don't want to get outscaled, so I don't think that's a good idea. Darius going top does get himself gold, but at what cost?
Dogman will get the resolve off to root up the Kled there. Will it be enough to get out there? Good flash to negate the elastic slingshot. Engage from Zac. His hybrid carry just goes wide of that one, but we're going to see the Herald be spawned in the mid lane. They got 3 strong against the Sivir. She'll be able to clear the wave, but this Shelly will go off, so they're going to try and siege this down. Zac rotating around, final chapter going to come out. It's going to go wayward of Masho. Teleport's going to come in. That's isolated though, and it's still under the turret. The turret's still alive here. Ricochet's happening. Turret goes down. They will get the Zac. South Division goes out. Larry in the back. He's going to be the focus in this team fight. They'll collapse back on him after collecting the Zac, and that's a victorious fight for EDE.
Baron in 3 seconds. I think they're going to go for it, and that is an absolute throw by Dorado. They didn't need to defend that turret. They should have given it up. And then, not only that, Kled and Scarl on the backline had no business being there. Bald Monkey Larry proving to be blind there.
Oh,
And now
Larry.
they're giving up this Baron as well. And emotional damage. They hit the fight on the spike that they were looking for. Jinx just absolutely tearing through her health bars. And this Trundle was helping her cut down the front line. And with this Baron, I mean, we've seen teams completely take over the map on the Baron take. This buff is no slouch. It is one of the best buffs in the game for getting turrets, getting gold in your pockets. And look at this gold lead. If you weren't paying
Unbelievable.
attention, it just exploded to 5.
Just insane how quickly these games can turn around. We've seen it go from one side to the other, and it continues that trend. Now, the question is, will that snowball continue here? Remember, they still have a Cassidon. Castle win, maybe. Sivir still scaling, but the Sivir has been halted here. No kills actually going over to the AD carry, so Drunk is definitely drunk of gold here. And in comparison to the Jinx, she's so far ahead of the opposing AD carry.
Yeah, that 3-item spike is coming up way sooner for Taylor Swift. And they're going to have to make sure that they avoid the fight. They might have to give the next dragon just purely based on that. Taylor Swift's having an amazing game, having great carry performance. Michelle wants a piece of Kled, is going to force
wow.
the ultimate out. I don't think they're really going to get anything. Baron's already down, and they pretty much have the dragon in my mind. They're going to go for Pally, though.
And Zach cancels the back and interrupts Pally. He gets the apprehend. The Decimate heals him for a second, but not enough. And that's exactly what you want to do. You want to commit to get the gold on the Cassidon, and they make it happen.
All right, they have the Baron buff mid lane. They can march it down. And then the ultimate can be burned here. Oh, Tay Swift gets caught right at the end there. I think that was a kill opportunity, Lamb, but they have Tough Daddy on the side lane, and now the pressure's mounting. What do they do in response?
They're certainly taking their time. Both summoners still available on Taylor Swift here. The Jinx still untouched. Didn't pop it actually after that final chapter went off. Going forward with these rockets, trying to
Taylor Swift
dismount
going
Larry.
ham.
They get Scar all off. Taylor Swift, elastic slingshot's going to land, but the wild growth goes off. Still holding on to those summoners, and now peel back, and here come the rockets
Larry's
from
low.
the Jinx. The great rockets landed.
Tough Daddy.
Going to go on his. Whoa! That's the subjugate onto the Cassidon, and they get the Cassidon and kill his Bold Monk Larry under siege from these rockets. Taylor Swift relentless with the siege.
This Jinx carry is happening, and it's not even 3 items yet. They have the double supports. Wasn't even worried about dying, and they slain Cassidon. They've slain Kled, and now they're looking to end this game. 23 minutes in.
Nexus turret stand between them and victory. Here's Hybrid Carry. Stretch and Stretch go out. They're on to that turret. Trundle melts these turrets.
Oh, Drunk.
Taylor
No.
Swift still going forward. Drunk gets back into the fountain with the Yumi. No wave means they'll have to disengage this, but look at Hybrid Carry. He's shaping up. There goes the rest of the team.
Oh,
The
wait, they're
charge
gonna
has
go
been
for a
activated.
counter-engage.
They're going to collapse into this. This is a Hail Mary play. Pally going to be the front line. Going to be the observation,
They get
but
sealed
remember
up.
the Jinx still does a ton of damage. So you can't ignore the direct side of his show goes on. Look at Taylor Swift. He's moving with it. Lulu. Drunk actually gets karma, but look at the Darius getting the reset. Noxine Guillotine. Noxine Guillotine City. Darius City, baby. And Tough Daddy's going to be on the receiving end of that one. It's EDE Go Galactico in this one. Triple kill onto Pally, and that'll be the game.
MF Pally in the front line, absolutely decimating his opponent. They were able to get those executes, and the Jinx going hyper in the back line. Taylor Swift didn't need that 3-item spike to win this game, and somehow we don't end up in a late game. This is ending early here, Lamb. 24 minutes in, off the back of T Swift and Macho with the ganks and those misplays from Larry and Hybrid Carry just going a little too ham. They threw the game. I think they had it, but they couldn't play cool, and they give the win right over to our champions of our invitational tournament. Emotional damage breaking the brains of everyone. Their parents are going to be proud of them, Lamb. They have taken a victory with 0 losses.
What a victory. And I mean, what a performance. The quickest game of the night, sub 25 minutes. It's just unbelievable the way that these games swing around. We were speaking so much about how the Civer can influence this game, how the casting can influence this game. Hold the phone, because Taylor Swift and the gang have got an idea that doesn't resolute to that resolution. And I mean, the silent hero in this game has to be the Lulu for me. Sorenads just played so great. The wild growths were perfect. The polymorphs were always on point at every engage that threatened the Jinx. And I mean, it just shows how good their chemistry is in that bot lane.
Every hero needs a good sidekick. You're correct, Lamb. And T Swift was the carry of that game. Absolute hero for his team. Just pumping out the damage, 20K in this game, highest by far. And man, what a reliable 80 carry. What a great player in this game. Emotional damage, using them to perfect viability as well. The Jinx gameplay, the Zeri can perform on these champions, can give you wins. And giving him two supports, why not? Did excellently, was able to make up for the lack of damage from the Karma as well. Lamb, emotional damage looking like killers, looking like they're the one to beat in this upcoming league.
Eyes will definitely be on them. And I mean, since we had the pleasure of casting this invitational, it's opened our eyes to the many prospects that are now entering Titan Esports. And what a season they have ahead. And we're going to be so happy to bring you all the action as well as all the production staff. But I want to say, Jinx's emotional damage dealt, the blank space she has in her heart hurts so much. Yeah, that's already scripted and looking. He's already getting in on this. He's dying to say his piece. Let me tell you, he's been unbelievable this evening. The production has been on point. It's always been a pleasure to cast under his production. And I mean, Titan Esports are so lucky to have somebody like him. And of course, the organization in themselves is wild. Can't wait to see what lies ahead. But we're going to cast it back to the one and only Stefu to close out the night. Good night from me and Crims.
There we go. There we go. It's amazing because I was pretty sure that I was unmuted, and I usually cover my screen so I don't end up watching myself like an idiot for 100 times, because you see this weird person on the side doing weird faces and stuff like that while explaining. But that's the job of a caster. That's the job of me, watching the faces and the hand signs of my friends that were doing the amazing casting that you heard today on the Conqueror Invitational tournament for Winter 2023. And right now we need to talk about how these teams performed today, because it was absolutely amazing. And the coolest thing is about that the season is coming out in 2 weeks. The Winter 2023 season for both Divinity and the Conqueror League here at Titan Esports. Be sure to check it out and be on the lookout for the teams that we saw today, because they definitely brought the gold for them. Now we need to talk about the win, and this last game was absolutely insanity. ED never felt more under control of the situation. Not only going Invictus during most of the without a single loss during the whole evening, but at the same time they had an amazing performance of them showing that they were always biding their time. They were looking forward to creating everything. They were creating amazing setups for the rest of the team. They were looking for something, and sometimes uncoordinated stuff that ended up working really well, like the Jinx threw from the bot lane all the way to the top lane and scoring a kill on the Kled. Overall, amazing teams, and thank you to every single one of you that has stayed all the way to the end of this video. You guys are amazing, and we cannot wait to see you here as spectators for the next tournament. Once again, before we go out, I want to say thank you to Looking for the amazing production team that we did, that he was able to do. Let me answer something really quick. And Another thing that I want to say was thank you to the amazing guys over at Titan Esports, not only for hosting these amazing events that are really necessary for the amateur and the rising scene of people that are becoming amazing. Where I come from, this country is just starting, and we envy everything that Titan is able to do on the scale that they have. Mostly comes from amazing organization and people that are developing a receding hairline from them pulling their hairs so much while doing productions. Right now, we're going into a small interview with the guys over at Emotional Damage because we want to hear them what it was like for going undefeated during these games. The Okay, let's try. We're dragging them in. Dogman, you're in here. Be ready. Dogman, you're here. Be ready
Oh,
because we are.
yo.
We dragged
Okay.
you here because I want to hear
Uh-oh.
everything.
Yeah.
You guys
Uh,
weren't undefeated.
yeah.
Did an amazing job.
Yep.
You already know that.
Yep.
Okay, so I want to know like your process because in the first game that we saw today, you guys were thrown to the ropes by Queen's Revenge. You were at one moment they were right there with two inhibitors down, and you were able
Well,
to bounce back.
yep.
And I want to know what were your thoughts at the time, what your team was looking, how your team coped with such urgent situation of you guys having to bounce back from it.
It's no copium. Pally's the greatest top laner alive. Anivia can wave clear, and Tay takes over. So it's easy enough. That was the
how
mindset.
how about game two? We were not able to see it on stream, and I want to know how you guys were able to handle it. If it was easier than the first game, tell me a
Oh.
little bit about it.
Uh, yeah. Game two was let's just say good thing stream didn't happen because it would have been a short stream. So we dropped a bit of a bomb. They left Jinx, which my
Mhm.
ADC hates Jinx, but you know, here we
You
are.
put him to play it, and that's how it goes.
Yep, yep, yep.
Okay, tell me about the Karma lane because we saw you on the first game. You were going. Let me check really quick here in my notes because here I have my notes on the side. You guys were going. You were Anivia, and how did it change being another mage that is able to control a lot and offer a lot of utility for the team? Is that like your preferred playstyle, or you prefer something more explosive?
Well, Anivia was game one, right? So
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I play for the team. Smile.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah. So whatever we need to pick. I mean, I don't care.
Do you
They
have a preference?
the preference is win. You know. So
Whatever makes you win.
yeah, yeah.
I
That's
love
what
it.
we'll do.
Anything that you want to say on behalf of your friends, of your teammates that did amazing job?
Uh, I mean, on behalf of my friend Masho, I'd like
Hmm.
to see if you guys would pull him in here for a second, because I know he had more to say than I did.
Oh, looking. Bring Masho in.
Bring him in. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're having Masho in, and then we can close for tonight because I'm pretty sure that everyone is
Yeah.
super.
What's up?
The boy, the kid.
Hello, Masho. Welcome to the interview aspect because we only dragged one of you guys.
Yeah.
and we brought uh, Mr. Dogman. So
Yeah.
you were an amazing jungler. We saw you on first game on the Udyr
Yeah.
doing amazing damage and with really good presence on the map. And I'm going to ask you the same questions that I asked for Dogman, which you guys were thrown to the ropes on one moment in the first game against Queen's Revenge, and you were able to bounce back. What do you think was the reason that you guys were able to do it? Did it have to do with the team, your mental? Tell me
I
about
mean,
it.
let's just be honest, okay? Okay. I don't think the enemy jungler knows how to play past 14 minutes. So like catching waves all the time, you know, like they just let us they let us have waves as Udyr
Mm-hmm.
Zeri, right? Like you
Mm-hmm.
can't push into Anivia, so they just sat there and like twirled their thumbs, right? And then we just got insane, and then the kid Skylar, mentally Sky, Taylor comes out and just goes crazy. Okay, um, I think genuinely like it was just champ gap at the end of the day because like we understand that like our team is scaling, right? So I'm playing Udyr into like 3 scaling lanes and they have like Giga Prime in all their lanes. I just farm till 6, I smile in my jungle, and I wait till late game. That's it.
Absolutely. It was really fantastic. And Dogman told us that it was beneficial for you guys that game 2 didn't appear because you guys railed upon the team on the second game. Tell me
Oh,
more about it.
I mean, low econ jungle, I guess. Like, I mean, I just, I spoon feed my AD carry his camps. I spoon feed him everything. He, goes fucking 1v9, and, that's reps, right? Like, he literally just, like, he goes crazy. I give him his little camps. I make him a little, good little kitten in the bot lane, and then we're chilling, right? So he just 1v9s every game.
That's absolutely insane. And tell me about least this last game, how you guys were able to close it up so we can finally everyone go to sleep because this production
I mean,
was
okay,
really stressing.
so I'll just start this off by saying I have work at 5:30 in the morning. All right, I'm off the fucking bean right now. Okay. We drafted Palidarius. We saw everyone in chat going, oh, Karma bad lane, Jinx bad, and they sent 5 bans my way. Almost was it
Yeah.
7 or was it they sent 5 bans my way? Like,
Yeah.
dude, I don't know. We tell him, we go Trundle. I haven't played that champ since season 10, so unlucky for him. Um, we just kind of like spoon feed Taylor Swift 1 2 3 with his camps, and also, I see Queen Sticks in the chat right now. LMAO, no way this guy's bragging about giving his camps away. I don't think like jungle is that much of a carry role in comp when 80 carry like just goes crazy, and I just give away my camps to the player I know is just better than everyone else in the team. So I don't know.
A
Anybody
firm
else in the
believer.
game? Anybody else in the game is just worse than Taylor Swift 1 2 3, and it's crazy.
Cool.
I
That's
know.
really insane. I really like
Cool.
your thought
I
and
mean,
how you are a firm believer of you're going to win through bot lane, which
yeah.
is a shared thought on a lot of people.
It's funny too, because like everyone's like, oh, Taylor Swift is crazy at bot lane. They don't understand the unawakened beast that is TDG Pally. Okay, Pally is the unsung hero. He's putting his kids to bed and he's just taking names, right? It's just crazy, right? Like, and so like we have Dogman mid just running shit, right? Like just running Karma, running Anivia, his good little boy, right?
For the
And
record, I sing the Seraphine ult when I
yeah,
ult,
he
so
he does sing the Seraphine ult. I was wondering what it was, but it just happened. But like Pally is amazing. Dogman's amazing to play with. Soren adds just on his little enchanters and on his Nautilus performing. And then we have Taylor Swift. And honestly, our comms are terrible, right? We just talk about anything. So all these other players like tryharding and shit, like
Yeah.
it's just crazy. We don't really talk about anything. We kind of just talk like about what's
Guys,
on our
you should
minds.
be very proud of what you did today because you guys played as a unit, played beautifully, and knew your win conditions, and that's amazing because not everyone is able to do that. So you're coming out of this invitational as champions for now, and I'm really eager to see you guys playing on this season in 2 weeks.
I'll just end it by saying I am the most confident person that I've ever been, and I am confident in myself to take low econ jungle and still perform and have my 80 carry take all of his camps he wants, have a nice little game, and he thanks me afterwards.
yep.
Amen, dude.
Amen.
Well,
Very confident
everyone,
enemy jungle, counter jungle, and smile.
absolutely, but he speaks with a purpose, and that's
Yeah.
something that no one can take away from him. But that's going to be everything from us for today/tomorrow. Thank you everyone to stayed all the way to the end. Thank you for looking for the amazing production. Thanks to Matthew and Sims and everyone from the Titan Gaming Esports. We are going to be coming back very, very soon. So take care. This has been Stefu signing off.